We're live, PKA episode 294. Kyle?
Yeah, we've got a few sponsors tonight. Got DollarShaveClub, MVMTWatches, Seeso again. I'm a big fan of them. And LootCrate. We'll talk about all of those later on in the show. If you're interested right now, check them out. There's a link down below in the description. Use our codes. But for now, let's get to it. Got Hutch on the show.
Hutch, what are you up to?
Like 3 years or something.
Same old shit, man. I've been going to the same party for 7 years now, and in no way is that depressing. No, I'm not. I'm doing like I do a lot of streaming now. I'm still doing YouTube stuff. I'm still at it, man.
Where's the money?
Where's the money?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are doing better on Twitch than YouTube nowadays.
I think it depends on like where you're at. For me, it was a good transition because when you do YouTube, you guys know when you do YouTube for so long, it's like really easy to burn out and not feel like you're having fun with it. But when you're streaming, it feels like there's a lot more organic interaction and a lot more opportunities to like make jokes and just have fun and all the witty banter.
It must be nice to have fans that like you. That's not my experience at all.
Well, we had different, we had different channels back then. You were. I think if I would have done a channel similar to yours, where it was like COD tips and stuff like that. I mean, I did do that, but it wasn't. You were more. What do you say? Surgical about it. And so I think you're just going to attract like a younger crowd.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. Yeah.
The internet is a cruel mistress.
To answer your question though, there's like now it's different. It's weird now for me because my income comes from like 5-6 different places. So it's not just like YouTube is a part of it, but it's actually kind of a small part of it.
It's nice when you diversify like that. Like, I don't know. There's a little more security in it. Whereas, like, maybe 2010 Hutch, you might have known Machinima then, but hypothetically, whenever you just first branch on your own, like, if you get a strike, all of a sudden, like, holy smokes, like, stop everything. This could be a big issue. Now it's like, oh, no, income down by 20%. Like, let's sort it out. And
yeah, you can figure your way out of a lot more problems when you have more streams of revenue coming in.
Yeah.
Are you still doing gaming content?
Okay, because I feel like I can't hear myself with this headphone. I don't know if I'm loud enough. Am I talking loud enough?
I think
you
fine.
sound great.
Yeah,
okay,
I think you're good.
I'm sorry, Taylor, what did you say?
I was saying, I apologize. I haven't checked out your channel in a long time. Are you still doing gaming shit, or are you transitioning more into just you as a person out? Because those are always the videos that got the most traction for you, or the ones where you just kind of were yourself.
It's still mostly gaming stuff, but I'll do stuff like I got into cooking recently. I started cooking like a madman in December or November. It was like the first time I got into it, and I've done a few of those kind of videos too. And I just did one yesterday or the day before with Gassy Mexican, and it was received like really well. So yeah, I mean, I think I've always been like I've always treated my channel as a way of being creative in like a lot of different ways. So like I still do lots of gaming stuff, but every once in a while I like to throw in like something that's my personal flavor. I don't want to talk about me right now. Me's a boring topic.
I want to talk about you. I got a question. You made a conscious decision. This is back before really Twitch was a big deal, to share less of like, I don't know, the who Hutch really is, like your background, your vulnerabilities, etc., and just keep it more surface Hutch. Is that still the same deal, or how do you feel about that call?
I don't know if did we talk about this before, or is it something that was that an observation that you made?
I feel like you talked about it at one point. I don't know if it was via Twitter or Facebook or what, but it came from you.
I think maybe. I think that's just, to me, that's just like a normal trajectory when it comes to social media. Like, for people that have become popular on social media, there's this initial uptick time, and it's really like, it induces a lot of adrenaline and excitement, and it's intoxicating. And then after a while, you start to see the negative side of social media. Maybe you say something that you didn't quite mean in a certain way, but then people take it out of context, and all of a sudden you literally have thousands of people yelling at you. So once you learn those lessons like enough times, then you kind of slowly naturally start to pull back. I'd still think I'm pretty transparent for the most part, but there are some topics that I won't touch, and that wasn't the case. Like you're right, when I first started, it was like I would talk about anything. I would bring on an ex-girlfriend and talk about maybe having a threesome, or like what. Nothing was off limits when it came to that sort of thing. And I just don't feel like I want to do that now. I feel like I'm more of a grown-up now too, though. So I
want to ask you about this. You said you were going to watch Suicide Squad later, right? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
So are you up to date that with the early Rotten Tomato reviews and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that worry you, or you don't give a shit?
I don't know, man. Like, it's a bummer because I want the DCEU to be awesome. I really liked Man of Steel. Do you guys like Man of Steel?
I did, and I watched the extended version, and I felt like the added half hour of content fleshed it out well and made a lot of it make sense. And I like Zack Snyder. I like Zack Snyder, and I like very dark, gritty, graphic novel feeling movies. As much as I like the feel-good Marvel stuff, I like them both for different reasons.
Are we talking about the same movie?
Wait, yeah. Are you talking about Man of Steel? Batman v Superman right now.
I'm talking about Batman versus Superman. Yeah, I saw Man of Steel too. I liked it as well, though. I mean, it was very dark. It was probably even darker. It was very dark. I liked it too. Yeah.
It was really dark. Yeah, I really liked Man of Steel. I thought Batman v Superman was flawed, but I still enjoyed it. In the extended cut, you're right. I thought it fleshed out a lot of the plots. Like Lois's plot is just inexcusably bad in the theatrical cut because it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense what happened to her in the desert and everything. But then when you see the extended cut, it's like, man, like why did you not just like add that extra 20 minutes or something or however much they added?
The Watchmen is kind of flawed in that way too. That when you watch the extended version of The Watchmen, not only do you get like 18 more seconds of blue dong.
Dude, I love the extended cut of that movie.
I thought you were going to say you love the blue dong right there.
It's great. That's one of the few movies that, like full frontal male nudity happens. You go back to Gigolo with Richard Gere and what's his name from Mr. The Wolf from Pulp Fiction. Whatever his fucking name is. Harvey Keitel. He's done plenty of full frontal male nudity, but it's not often that you get it just right there on the swinging dong for like long extended shots.
They need to do that more because the way they do dick shots, most like male nudity, is they'll like have the post sex and the guy is of course immediately flaccid. You know how sex is. You finish and you're already good to go. Like, and then it's just kind of a game of you looking like, is there going to be dick? And it's just carefully placed thighs and blankets. I like the Game of Thrones approach, which is just the scene starts on cock and then it kind of pans out. And it's like, starting here, now you don't even have to look. We took care of that for you. Now pay attention to the dialogue. You know?
Should watch a movie called Shame starring Michael Fassbender. It shows his dick a bunch. And, actually, I don't know how we even got in this conversation.
Yeah, but let's keep... Have you seen the Orlando Bloom stuff lately? It's like trending on Twitter. Yeah, if you don't know, I did my research for science, and the shot I saw was him on like a paddleboard with some girl, but he's on his knees, and there it is. Rock out with your cock out.
Yeah, he's got like a half chub. Probably about 60 to 65%.
Yeah,
I just assumed he was gifted. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so too, because the shot I saw was in no way like yours. He's just naked, running with like some palm trees behind him. He's like outside running with like 6 or 7 inches hanging or something like that. So I think the whole Twitter sphere is applauding Orlando Bloom right now, but completely forgetting how like if this were a female celebrity's nudes that were out there, there'd be so much shaming going on immediately.
Oh my God!
But because it's Orlando Bloom, it's funny. Everybody's like, look, and everybody's making jokes about it. And hey, we are too. I just think it would be the shoe would be on the other foot.
I think there are two groups in both of these situations. You have the group cheering it, and you have the group calling it immoral and equating it to rape, and like the only difference between the two situations is just like the proportion between the two. But I think it's probably not that big of a deal.
Right, he doesn't care.
I saw Justin
I don't think
Bieber.
He cares at all.
The Beeb, his cock got shown. I don't know, maybe 9 months ago, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
And that guy. I don't know if he was...
I think Orlando Bloom has more cock than Justin Bieber.
The Justin Bieber shot wasn't very good. In my memory, the Justin Bieber cock was like he's a top 5%er or something, the Bieber, if I recall correctly. And he talked about it.
You catch a dick in the right light
with their cocks out. I haven't seen the Orlando Bloom pics because I saw him trending on Twitter. I was thinking like, oh, maybe like he's in a new Pirates movie or something, a Legolas spin-off.
Yeah.
Just the elves. No, first story, Orlando Bloom's cock is out, and it's like, oh, well, God damn it. So I didn't look at it, but I think if these guys are famous enough to know that people could be watching, they might be doing a little bit of fluffing. beforehand.
So
you know?
Bieber
Like,
talked
this
about
camera
it
over there,
with, and he did
let's
the.
get myself to 55%.
So I was trying to get out the James Corden, you know, the guy that carpool karaoke thing. He had Bieber on there, and he's like, yeah, you know, like he's like, it's a real invasion of privacy. I kind of didn't like it, but all you can do is laugh. And then he went on and said, he's like, I was really worried because it was by the pool that there'd be shrinkage and everything. And by the way, he was, like I said, rocking a horse dong. And he's like, and it turns out there was. And everyone's like, get the fuck out of here. You know, that wasn't shrinkage. So it was pretty funny.
I would have turned out far worse if I was Justin Bieber. I think we should all be like saluting Justin Bieber for not being way more fucked up than he actually is. For having as much money and power and fame and wealth that he had at such a young age, him pissing in a bucket and making fun of Bill Clinton is like A+
like nothing.
behavior. He's passing with flying colors.
Yeah, he egged a house. I mean, I've egged a few houses.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are you going to say that you've never peed where you aren't supposed to pee? Everybody's peed where they're not supposed to pee. It's just nobody gives a fuck when we do it because we're not Justin Bieber.
you're talking about public urination.
He's probably a little shit. You know, he probably is, but like, I don't know. I stopped judging him in my mind a while ago. I'm like, you know what, man? You do your thing, pal. I would do the exact same thing if I was you.
I think
got
a
no
little
problem with Justin
shit.
Bieber.
Yeah, that's the perfect definition of that guy. I think he's a bit of a shit. I think, you know, what a neighbor complains about noise, so he like throws eggs on his home and something like that.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a good response. Having said that, there are worse people out there.
We peeled out that, like, there was this one girl in high school. She never fucked with us. She never did anything wrong to us. We just decided one night that we didn't like her, and we peeled out on her fucking lawn, like her parents' like front lawn.
You asshole.
They almost called the cops and like, you know, press charges and stuff like that. It was like, but kids just do stupid shit, and if you add the immaturity of youth with several $1 million, then, you know, I don't know. I think he's doing fine. I think he's, and like, we were all little shits at one point. That's my point. It's like we were all little shits. So everybody needs time to kind of get their shit together, and some people take longer than others to get their shit together. And there's nothing wrong with that, really.
When I heard he egged the house, I just couldn't have cared less. It's like, really, I mean, they were making a really big deal of it, and they were talking about deporting him back to Canada and things like that. And I was just thinking, like, look, it's shitty if you egg someone's house. Howard Stern always tells this story at length about how much he hates houses getting egged, because when he was a kid, someone egged his father's house, and he remembers his father on the ladder washing the egg off and how it ruined the paint and how they couldn't really afford to repaint the house, and it was a big burden on them. And that night at dinner, his father was stressed about it, and, you know, these kids, why have they done this? And, you know, he's kind of looking at Howard like maybe Howard inspired this egging, and he's just talking about how awful it was that his house got egged. So when the Justin Bieber thing came up, he was like, this piece of shit, this motherfucker. But, you know, I mean, we egged strangers' houses and people we didn't like's houses when I was 17 years old. I mean,
that's still in the appropriate range of egging.
There's no appropriate age. It's a shitty thing to do. You should find a more victimless, like, hijink to get up to. At least
it's really hard. It's really hard to get it off the house too, because it cakes on there. You got to get like fucking tools and then repaint the whole. It sucks, man. We got egged when I was a kid too.
It's shitty.
At 17, though, if you're egging at 17, I don't think that you're a lost cause, like a degenerate fuck. I think you're probably just a douche at 17. If I went out at 25 in the house, they'd be like, "Sir, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Like,
I want to back up real quick, just a minute, and say that I wish that I had not have peeled out on that. I feel like when I said that, I don't want it to make it sound like I was glamorizing it, because if I go back and not do it, I would never ever have done that.
I think we all feel that same way about so much that we did, you know, especially as teenagers. Like for me, especially, like I got up to all kind of hijinks and little pranks and things that I saw as pranks. But, you know, there was probably some situation like Howard Stern described when we like sprayed Roundup all over that guy's perfectly manicured lawn, where he was just like, why? Why did they do this to
When I was a freshman in high school, I was
app.
13 years old, and I slapped that girl who tormented me. Here I am at 43, right? 30 years later. I still don't have a better idea. You know, I don't know how I could have handled that situation any better. You know, she tormented me for ages. Not like I tried to talk my way out of it. This happened for 3 months. I say ages. 3 months. That's a lot of high school. That this girl, if Hutch might not know the story, but she followed me from like we had to run. So from the track back to the high school was like 2 blocks, and she would just follow me saying, "You're a fag. You're so gay. Look at you." She'd do this thing with her hands like a shape of a woman, you know, and she'd do that behind me, because
he's got wide hips.
I got wide hips, and puberty just wasn't very kind yet. I had not broad shoulders and stuff, and
like, ooh la la.
yeah. So she's telling me gay. Day after day after day. And by the way, this girl, beautiful, right? She's dating a junior, captain of the wrestling team. Like she just
sucks.
She's in such a power position here, and she's tormenting me constantly. And I slap the daylights out of her. And 30 years later, I'm like, what was I to do?
You were 13 years old?
Yeah, I think so. So I graduated high school at 18. I would have entered it at 13, you know.
Yeah. The thing with bullying and getting bullied is that everybody has a threshold, and like even if it's not the appropriate response, you can only push someone so far before you
get an inappropriate response.
If you don't expect they snap, then I don't think that you understand human psychology very well. Everyone has a break.
Yeah, I got picked on by this girl. I don't know. Yeah,
what were you going to say about burning out, Taylor?
Oh, the story of Hutch ruining that poor old woman's lawn from years ago reminded me of did I ever tell you when we ruined Joel Quenneville, the current coach of the Chicago Blackhawks, yard? Okay, so when I was much younger, so Joel Quenneville used to be the coach of the St. Louis Blues.
Be prosecuted for this?
Oh no. No.
Okay.
So Joe Quenneville at the time was the coach of the St. Louis Blues, the professional hockey team here. And we knew him from the rink because we played hockey, and hockey's just a community that you get to know everyone. And so one day we were driving his son back to his house because my mom knew his mom and whatnot, and they were friends. And so we drive to Joel Quenneville's gigantic palatial mansion, just beautiful, beautiful home in one of the most expensive areas to live here. My mom pulls up into the long, long driveway, like a Woody-style driveway, and drops the kid off, starts to back up, and within, 4 feet into this 100-yard backup, I feel the van go through, and we're in the yard, and I'm like, Mom, we're in Joel Quenneville's yard. You need to get back onto the driveway. She's like, it's fine, Taylor, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. This just happens. Sometimes adults don't hit the driveway and they back up, and she backed up 100 yards pretty much, and it was wet. You know, it's humid and it rains a lot here, so every once in a while you have to give a little extra gas, into the yard. And when we got out, I looked back fucking mortified because obviously I'm a huge Blues fan, and I just I'm talking to this guy all the time, like, oh, what are you doing with fucking Chris Pronger now? Like, oh, this is so sweet. And I just look up as we drive away, and there's a huge, basically a straight moat all the way, the length of their driveway, and we just drive away as my mom's like, it's fine, they won't even notice it. And I just was like, oh my God. And I told my dad when we got home, and he's like, your mother did what? She ruined Joe Quenneville's yard. Oh, Jesus Christ. And he had to do damage control, but that was so humiliating. I didn't even do it. But I don't know, that reminded me of that.
That's awesome.
So I just got back from Texas. I'll talk about the trip more later in the show, but I was there doing explosives training and demolition work. And on the first day, like a moron, I left my sunscreen in the car. And so no sunscreen, 100-degree Texas heat out in the middle of the sun, digging holes and blowing up ordnance all day. And I just got baked. And I didn't drink enough water, and I got really dehydrated. So the next morning when I got up at 8 a.m. to go back at it again, I felt like absolute dog shit. So I stumble into the local gas station, and I'm getting my Gatorades for the day. I got a gallon of Gatorade for the day. And I'm wearing my Game of Thrones shirt. It's a white shirt, and it's got a big red dire wolf, and it says, "The North Remembers." And the lady behind the counter goes, "North remembers, huh?" And I immediately do the math in my head. I'm already on the same page with her. I don't need to catch up. I know what's going on, and I have a decision to make. Do I start telling her about the Starks and the Lannisters and Westeros, or do I have a little fun here? And I was just like, yeah, that's right. What exactly are you remembering? The war. Well, down here in Texas, we remember it plenty good, too. And things was almost turned out a different way. I was like, ma'am, What did I say? Oh, I said, the Bear Island thing. I said, ma'am, every man from Bear Island is worth 60 of you Southerners. Just remember that. And I walked away with my Gatorades, just laughing, and it made my whole day. She was steaming red. Her face was so red, trying to figure out what the fuck Bear Island was. But she was so mad about that shirt. She's like, North remembers, huh? Oh, I see how it is. Texas is a great place. I like Whataburger. I like the environment. I like the way the landscape looks. Their geology is even cool. They've got actual rocks here. We've only got like granite here in Georgia, but the people sometimes can surprise you a little bit with the way they see things. She wasn't a Game of Thrones fan. I guess they don't have HBO there.
In Texas, though, like you can find the South will rise again kind of folks, and then you can go to Austin, and it's just phenomenally liberal. Like, so far left-leaning. Like, they have everything in Texas. Like, it's just... I don't know. It just seems like when people who live further north characterize it, it's always by those people instead of most of them. Like, of course, in Houston, it's a lot of fat people. That's true. Like, even more so than other cities. If you walk around Houston, there's a noticeable difference. I feel like... Have you been to Houston recently?
Yeah.
Get sucked to Houston unexpectedly. Because there's a huge pull there. Yeah.
The fatties, like a high concentration of gravity there.
Uh-huh.
So I landed in Austin, and as soon as I landed, I'm like on Reddit, and I'm like, oh, there's a shooting on 6th Street. Like 4 people shot by this guy, like randomly shot into a crowd of women apparently, and killed one of them. I'm like, wow, that's fucked up. And then the hot air balloon thing just had happened there too. And I was like, wow. These are bad omens. These are bad omens because I'm going to do all this explosives work. I'm just thinking like every step of the way. My plane ticket was 13A. Just little omens like that every step of the way. I was a little worried I wasn't going to come back from this trip.
Texas. I went to Dallas one time for QuakeCon for a few days, and I grew up. I hadn't done much traveling at that point. I grew up in Northern California, and in Northern California, it's a little bit snobby, like kind of. Not pretentious. Some people are pretentious, but there's like a pride. There's like a pride of Northern Californians where it's like we're so much more laid back than ever. Like that is accurate when people make that stereotype. So going into Texas, I had all these preconceived notions, but you can find silver lining in these places that get a bad rap because what I found,
definitely. It was just that one shithead gas station attendant. Like there's a shitty gas station attendant just right down the road from me. I can't go to that gas station anymore.
Something about Texans that's fucking annoying. They let you know immediately within like 2 lines of meeting them that they're from Texas. Like that's the same thing. California, Texas, and New York. Anyone from one of those 3 states, you could say, "Hey, do you have the time?" In fucking New York right now, it's 4 o'clock, but it's only 2 here, and you bullshit Central Time, or like whatever they would say. Like they always bring that back.
When people from Jersey, we keep that on the down low for a long time.
You don't have those native New Jerseyan plates. Like,
where from?
Well, what I was going to say about Texas is a couple things that I really liked about Texas is that the food was really good and the people were so nice. Like it was such a culture shock to go into a restaurant and have strangers making conversation with you, the waitress making conversation with you, like everyone talking to you, asking you where you're from, like, and it's not just like a quick little, hey, how are you? Boom, you're done. It's like they make conversation down there, and I found that like super refreshing. When you live in certain spots in California, everybody tends to keep their head down, not talk to each other. So, I'm sure there are a bunch of shitheads in Texas. Like,
it's like that all over.
But I did find some really, really nice, hospitable people when I was there.
Yeah, and Texas is such an enormous freaking state that, like, to even generalize Texas is like, well, you're talking about, like, I don't know, 1/10 of the contiguous United States at least, right? It's huge. It's freaking huge.
We use this language when we talk about each other, and we use this language that's overly simplified because that's how we have to, like, that's the only efficient way to communicate is by generalizing and stereotyping people. But you take a look at like the political climate now. For example, you have one side screaming at the other side, and you have like really specific insults like you're a racist, you're a fascist, you're a this, you're a that, and then on the other side it's you're an idiot, you're lazy, you're looking for a handout, and that's the only way. Yeah. That's the only way our little mind can a cuck. Yeah,
that's a great one.
God, I hate it so much, man.
You hate that one.
Hate that one so much. Like I hated it more. Now I think it's funny. Like if someone calls me cuck, I laugh every time because I know that like most of the time they're being serious. They think it's a serious insult to call me that. Whatever. But it's but yeah, it used to piss me off.
Cuck to me is so far off target that it bothers me less. Like if they called me like clown shoes or something, I'd be like, that one doesn't really hit home. You know, I don't wear clown shoes at all. You know,
Well, it comes from this idea that like some people, and I'm not saying you guys feel that, some people think that if you speak up for social justice or women's rights or whatever, it makes you. Some people think that the primary motivating factor in that thing is that you're trying to get a hand job, and I think that that's a really unfair characterization of people that sort of like. Certainly, some people are typing out feminist stuff on Twitter to look good to girls, but some people actually believe it too.
Yeah. I think they're really trying to focus on that really specific group of like beta males that they feel like are. Oh, let me defend you, milady. Let me come in here and white knight this and like, oh, you all guys. She's like, a girl makes a Facebook post. All guys are dogs, and he's the first one in there. Woof woof. Like, you know, yes, we are.
You see that too, man. You see, and that behavior's stupid. I don't know about stupid. It's questionable. It's cringeworthy.
Makes me
It's
feel bad.
very cringeworthy. You see it all the time. But,
I got called out for white knighting about 2 months ago. We didn't really talk about it on the show, but here's what happened. Chaos Silencer started a new series, and this was the first video of the series, so I didn't really have a flavor for like what it was. And it was like, I forget the name. I'm gonna get the name wrong, but it was something like notable moments in COD history. What am I saying it wrong?
Talking about Unsilenced? Chaos Unsilenced?
No. This was on his main channel. It's actually before Chaos Unsilenced. And it was something to do with like great moments in COD history. And the first one he brought up was the 1v1 that Wings lost against Syndicate. And and I was like, man,
I love Taylor's immediate reaction.
Yeah, that was the first video he made in the series. So I, perhaps, it turns out wrongly, assumed that the whole thing was going to be like one sore spot after another, like one embarrassing moment followed by the next. And I was like, and in the comment, I'm going to try and get it right. It was something like, hey man, you know, it's great to see. I hadn't like kept up with him. He's over 1 million subs now. And I was going for a compliment. I heard through people that it came off like an insult, but I was like, it's really cool to see like what used to be the JV team now leading varsity. You know, like this guy's got 1 million subs. He's doing all these, you know, he's doing great on YouTube. And I was like, but I feel like the idea behind this series might be a little mean spirited. You know, I know that Wings doesn't like it when we talk about this, and now there's a whole video devoted to it. And I got blasted for white knighting. And my first response was like, what? Me? White knight? Like, you couldn't be further from the truth. And then I processed it. And I was like, yeah, I'm totally guilty of that. Like,
it wasn't white knighting, though, because you weren't trying to get laid.
That's what you think.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I was trying to.
Progressive show here. Painkiller already.
Yeah. So, but I guess I was defending Wings and saying like, hey, the idea for this series is mean spirited. It turns out I forget whatever. I looked at the titles and like the next 3 of them weren't mean spirited at all. It just got off to a source.
Yeah. I don't think of that as white knighting too bad. Like what I think of as white, like there are, like Hutch said, a lot of people out there who just really think they're saying the right things and that they're being supportive. What's white knighty and just embarrassing, and people should not call them cucks. They should just leave comments like, holy shit, that was hard to read. This is you should be humiliated. It's when people apologize, and it's always white men, because those are the 2 groups that are bad to be a part of. You know, oh, I'm so sorry for on behalf of men, let me just tell you that you're 100% right, and we're just a bunch of dumb apes. And it's so blatantly pandering and pathetic, where it's like, do you think this makes that woman respect you more? No, it makes her kind of resent you, because now you're co-opting that little bit of hatred that she had toward a group and not letting her use it against you, and so she's going to resent you for it. Like that, the people you're appealing to in the first place with that kind of statement aren't people you're going to convince. Like
I think a little bit of white guilt is okay, even healthy. But like if you live in white guilt, I'm not. Here's the thing, though. Like I'm honest with myself. Like I'm not saying that you guys aren't, and you guys know your truths and everything like that. But like, yeah, there's some guilt there, and that doesn't make me a beta or a cuck to acknowledge my predecessor. Like my ancestors owned slaves, and when I think about that, I'm like,
do you think?
Mine didn't.
Oh, I know they did. Like we did a family tree and we figured.
You figured it out. You did checked the books. Yeah.
Oh, actually, and it's like something. Anyways, that's a whole different topic. But like,
no, that was interesting. So it was something like.
No, I don't know. That the only thing I know is that they were slave owners. They I don't know if they owned a plantation or something like that. I figured my family would have been much more wealthy if that was the case. But yeah, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. But they had something like that.
A sale barn. The Hutchinsons were probably like principal offenders. They were the ones bringing the Africans in and like literally putting the chains on them and like dragging them out and like bidding, auctioning them off, hey, those are the Hutchinsons, I bet.
No.
I've never looked back. I want to do that. I want to do that. Not just to know.
You really want to keep going? I think it's okay. I think it's okay to acknowledge that you have it a little bit easier than some groups. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't agree. Like, here's my thing, right? For starters, on the has my family ever owned slaves? On my father's side, it's really clear because both of his parents were immigrants. And he was a first-generation American, so innocent. On my mother's side, we don't really know the history there. I'm not. Maybe not. Probably not, because I heard like 1% of people own slaves. But I've never owned a slave, and you've never picked any cotton. So let's move on. Like that's my thought process on this thing. And
it's a weird false equivalency of, like if your ancestors owned slaves, I still don't think that the sins of the father should somehow, indict the son. That seems as inherently unfair. But like, how would you say to like my family? I know we came here after that. Like they were in, and Sicilians, people from Italy, they were treated fine, I guess. Not great right away, not but like.
We know the truth about you people, just so you know. Like me and Woody, like we don't talk about it much, but we know what you Sicilians really are. Just we're keeping an eye on you.
Do you trust other groups of people when they come forward and say, "Hey, listen, we're having a hard time in this society around this one thing, and we think you guys are getting maybe preferential treatment. Can you take a look at that? Like, would you trust a group of people and not?" And honor and respect their point of view, or do you immediately dismiss it and say you're fine? There's no glass ceiling.
Oh, I'd love to see. I'd love to see evidence. That's my thing.
Yeah,
what I don't want to hear is a lot of broad generalizations. Like, it's so hard for me. I have to wake up in the morning and like go work hard, and then sometimes things don't go my way, and people treat me. It seems that people are treating me unfairly, and I'm like, yeah, that happens to me every fucking day. Yeah, that's life. But if they're like, look at these statistics. Look how this guy was treated versus how that guy was treated. I'm like, oh, you got to that's right. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this. Like I'm not blind to that there are differences in society, but I don't want to take any of the blame for it.
No, I'm not saying that you yourself should necessarily feel guilty. Like when I talked about white guilt, like when I think about white guilt, it's more of an acknowledgement that other people have a hard time because they're not white. And I think it's okay to acknowledge that. I also think that you're right too, Kyle.
You mean like in hockey?
You need to sure, yeah, hockey, whatever. You need to back, like you should. Ideally, there would be some facts or statistics or some like body of evidence or data to help support your claim and to help other people understand why maybe you're a little bit, I don't want to say disadvantaged, but you have a little bit harder of a time in this country than other people. And of course, there's also the argument where it's like, well, now compare the United States to Saudi Arabia, and then and then try and complain about this other stuff here, but that argument doesn't really like hold a lot of water. That's the same thing.
Well, the best way to go forward with it is like what you're saying. Like I don't immediately give respect and credence to an argument that I hear. Like I'd like to know more about it. But if they feel like it's not like the perfect example, like institutionalized racism is a ridiculous buzzword. Like unless you're a real racist, then you really would like to get rid of racism. So like show me what institution is racist. Like, let's say there's a racist university that only lets white people in. That's a racist institution. That shouldn't be allowed. Show me a golf course. That's an institution that isn't allowing Jewish people and black people. We need to fix that or do whatever needs to be done. But then that brings the whole argument of should you be able to tell a private business
in a free market, what happens is no sponsors want their balls to be used at that racist golf club. Nobody wants to put their tournament at that golf club. the white guys are like, I can't be seen at Three Rivers anymore, or White Rivers anymore, because like my boss is Puerto Rican. Like how would it look if I were up there golfing with all those whiteys and he has to go to the public club? That's bullshit.
The thing for me is like I feel like I've been around, right? I've worked in Fortune 500 companies, mid-sized companies with 1,000 employees, and tiny companies, and I've never seen the racism. I've been in hiring positions, and I haven't seen the racism.
Hang on, yeah, you have.
I have, and that only
white guys got hired.
Dude, they would only by the time I was hiring, only Indian resumes got to me.
Okay. But can I interject and say how would you know that I want to be careful because I don't want to say that I think that white or black people can't be racist, or Mexicans I'm not saying that only white people can be racist, but how do you know what you're looking for if you've never even had that experience in the first place? So like you might not even know what to look for when people describe their experiences with racism, and your mind might not be able to connect with that. And so your first instinct might be to say, well, that's obviously not racism because I don't understand it. But unless you've lived your whole life in the shoes of people from all over these places that come into the country, it's
even
really
then though.
Us to say. It's not to say that white people are incapable of observation. We're not dumb. We can see what's in front of us just like everybody else. But it's just a really awkward time in our country's history, man. I think this facade of unity is really kind of wearing off. And like this story that we all told each other about how all this stuff had been eradicated and there was just so much unity.
Do you remember after 9/11 how patriotic everyone was and how everybody was red, white, and blue?
Yeah, that's understandable.
As horrible as that was, don't you? We're all the perfect age to remember that and to remember it well. All of us remember that well. It just seemed like everybody really came together and it was a really cohesive time. And what we did with that cohesiveness was terrible in a lot of regards in regards to Iraq. Imagine if we'd taken that cohesiveness and been and upped our infrastructure, or took that $1 trillion and pumped it in hey, free college for 3 generations. Let's just do that.
Energy
America's going to be
independence.
any of those things.
The thing I have, we've talked about whether or not I see racism. What I see and that I really dislike is this, what we've been calling the victim Olympics, right? I worked in a place and I see, black guys get ahead, not get ahead, etc. And it all seemed like, that kind of matches their performance, I would say that this is a colorblind promotion process. And on the other hand, I see a lot of people saying, I'm not getting ahead, therefore I'm a victim. And that I hate. I would much rather have an attitude of, how can I smash this down? How can I improve this? How can I succeed? And that's not what I get much.
You do just as much damage to someone's psyche convincing them that someone else is oppressing them as you do by actually oppressing, when they're actually not, as you would by actually oppressing them, I think in some regards. Because
when
you get used to this idea of some outside influencing
the soft racism of low expectations, right? That's what we're talking about, the soft racism of low expectations. When you say, hey, it's not your fault, man. Dude, of course you're doing poorly in school. You're black. C's are good for you. That is racist.
Antonin Scalia, what was his first name? Antonin Scalia, right?
I believe that's correct. Yeah,
Antonin Scalia. Shortly before he died, he came out actually and you remember that horribly racist shit? He's like, I don't remember. This is what, when you said it a moment ago, Taylor, you said that you don't believe in institutional racism. It's become like a bite word or something that the pundits...
Yeah, you have to state the institution in order to be helpful. Otherwise, it's just nebulous and you can't nail anything down.
Sure, but then... Okay, all right, never mind. I misunderstood what you said. But you had Antonin Scalia saying that of course black people are doing poor in these nice schools. We shouldn't be contributing to them raising their expectations for themselves. Let's just recognize where black people are at academically and put them in their proper universities. We shouldn't be focusing on diversifying these prestigious institutions. And of course, people came out and they were just like, dude, what? What are you talking about? There's no evidence to suggest that black people are less capable than white people.
Yeah, of course.
When you look at a Supreme Court justice saying something like that, it's really hard
for me to
say there's no such thing as institutional racism.
On the upside,
highest level of power. He's dead. Yes, this is true.
Yeah, so that guy, he was not my favorite justice.
Not a very progressive guy. No.
Hey, are you pro Hillary on this thing? Where are you, Hutch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about, like, my response right there is probably about the norm when it comes to
right.
it's.
I feel like
I will. Yeah.
I'll
support her indirectly by.
That's like if your girlfriend comes in and goes, "You want a hand job?" And you're like, "Yeah."
It's better than nothing.
Better than nothing, you know. Is it though? Wouldn't you honestly like? All right, so the choice is. It seems like a binary choice, and I've said a couple times I'd go Gary Johnson if Hillary weren't running, and that's just how I lean. Not because of any of the social stuff though. It's the other shit. It's a whole thing. I think I would actually vote. And I think most people would for, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 guys who have to agree. I'm tired of this one. Yeah. I think we should have like a 3-headed dragon running things. Let's try that out for a while.
Sure.
I don't know about that.
I
don't
like
want
that
some
at all.
like evil conclave leading the country.
What if you did all 3 of them? What if you had, it was Trump, Hillary, and Gary Johnson, and they had to agree? 2 out of 3 had to agree on something for it to happen. That's better than any one of them on their own.
Actually, that would be good because nothing would get done.
It's like what you have now between the executive
House, the
branch.
Senate, and the
Imagine the desk chair, like Trump sitting in the middle, Hillary's on one side, and Gary Johnson on the right, and they're just like looking at each other, like State of the Union addresses and stuff. They're all up there. They're just trying to get in the middle, nudging each other out for camera time.
To finish Kyle's analogy, like it's like your girlfriend opens the door and says, "Hey, you want a hand job, Hillary Clinton, or the mystery package?" I don't know.
Yeah.
She might have AIDS. She might be a perfect 10. It might just be a monkey who's going to go straight for your balls. That's door number 3. Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think I would. It could be a hand job, you know.
If the balance, if the scales were tipped a little bit more in terms of equality, with respect to campaign financing, like if the Green Party had more money, if the Libertarian Party had more money, this would actually be a race. But there's just no chance that they can win. And like 18-year-old self, like Ralph Nader supporting, Ron Paul supporter, that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, fuck the system, vote for the third party. And as a 33-year-old man now, I just don't see.
Isn't 18-year-old self hilarious and stupid? Mine is. I know that.
Yeah. Well, not very hilarious and very stupid. Yeah.
You're talking about like picking the out guy. Isn't Trump the most out guy in politics ever to run? Like, just nothing else about him at all. Just the dude.
I think so. Yeah, I would agree with that. But that characteristic alone doesn't mean anything. Like, outside of the establishment, that could mean 1,000 different things.
It could be a bad thing.
So
Reagan
when
was a Hollywood actor. I mean,
yeah, exactly. He was super
only
outside.
one example.
Well, yeah. And he kind of like represented the same sort of anti-establishment because he ran against Ford at one point, I think, and lost. What was it? Did he run against Nixon or
Ford was in the primaries with him or whatever. So and I think he offered his VP to Ford at one point, but he was running against Nixon, right?
And then Nixon got impeached or he resigned then because of Watergate, and then Ford took over, and then I think Reagan beat Ford in the primary after that. No, that's not true. I don't know how it worked out, but
he beat Carter for the presidency the first time.
Yeah, he is a super outsider, but when I see Trump appealing to Bernie fans, I just find it so adorable and so just kind of cute.
I think he does appeal to a certain percentage of them. He's not saying he doesn't think he's going to lasso 100% of them, but if he can get 30% of them and say to them, hey, look, you've been disenfranchised, you've been misrepresented, you've been lied to every step of the way. At least over here, you're still getting an outsider candidate who doesn't like the system. I'm anti the system. No, I probably don't lean the same way as you on social issues or overseas issues. But
like anything.
Trump lies. Trump doesn't talk about abortion or gay marriage because I really don't think he has a problem with it. He's spoke out in favor of those things in the past.
Perfect. So Trump lies so much that he is water that will form the shape of any bucket you want to put him in. You know, he'll tell you he's pro-life. He'll tell you he's pro-choice. Here in North Carolina, we have that HB2 thing. It's kind of a big deal, and probably national news, but especially local. And Trump has come out and said, oh, HB2 is terrible and lets Caitlyn Jenner use the bathroom at Trump Plaza. Now he's for HB2. He'll be fucking anything. So that's point one. Trump has lied about every position or taken both sides of it. You're free to choose any quote you want. The second one is this. He lies so much that normally this is a problem. And I forget who said it first. It might have been Bill Maher or Colbert or something. But he was like, normally, like if you lay down on a nail, that's a big problem, right?
That's John Oliver, yeah.
Was it John Oliver? Yeah. And that nail punctures your lung and you've got big issues. If you lay down on a bed of nails, then it's really not that big of a deal. And that's Trump. Trump gaffes every day. Every day. He'll do 6 of them.
And a lot of his gaffes are not important, but the fact that he's doing them so much is important. But what's even more important is what came out recently, where he asked on 3 separate times in 1 hour with military advisors why we're not using nuclear weapons. I think at that point, if that doesn't disqualify him as a candidate for you.
Well, all right, let's be clear. Is he talking about ICBMs, or is he talking about maybe some mini nukes we can shoot from artillery pieces?
I'm up to speed on this one. I think the way I heard it is what he actually said is, if we have them, why can't we use them? Right? That's what he asked. And it was 2 or 3 times in an hour. And without knowing the context.
Policy would never ask that question, though. They would never ask that question.
Because they're enough of an outsider. Because the thing about Trump is, like, if I had to pick between Trump or Hillary, I'm going to vote Trump 100% of the time, because no more fucking Clintons, no more fucking Bushes. I don't want this almost, like, this pseudo king-queen thing we have going on with the same fucking families. But he's just an idiot. Trump should be winning at this point. He's had so many opportunities to strike, and every time he misses the mark. Oh,
he's not winning.
What I saw today is that he was down. I don't really care about that, but I'm saying he should be beating her. She's the most fucking corrupt politician to ever run. Literally a felon. Like, comes out on news all the time and will. And
you say literally a felon?
She's a felon. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what felon
she should be charged with a felony.
I don't know if literally a felon is. Okay, there you go.
She should be charged with the felony. She committed a felony. There you go. That's true. She committed a felony, and she did. She did. The
head of the FBI said. He said
the head of the FBI said that anybody else in the organization would have been punished if they had done the same thing. He was clear about that. So really the only...
But he also said there's no precedent for this, and any prosecutor would take a look at the evidence, decide there wasn't criminal intent, and move on. That doesn't mean she should go to jail. Should she have been reprimanded? Sure. Like, I agree with that. I'm not going to defend Hillary's ineptitude on some levels. But... don't ask me to be enthusiastic about my candidate. But what baffles me is when I see enthusiasm for Trump. That's the thing. No, like I can understand like lesser of two evil, and I can understand a lot of other things too. But I have a hard time understanding enthusiasm.
Oh, you're from California. Don't you want a wall?
Because a lot of people probably think I'm in the tank for Trump. Like, it's what Hutch said, the lesser of two evils. If it were anyone else but Hillary, I'd probably. I'm still pretty conservative, so I'd probably just abstain from voting. But Trump himself is a boob and an idiot. And I don't want him to lead this country as much as, some people on the alt-right really think it's a good idea and that he's really going to change shit. And he's going to really build a wall. He's not going to build a wall.
He might build that wall. I think you need to... Look, I think he's... Look, I agree with everything you've said so far, but he might build that wall.
Oh, he's so not building a wall.
There's no wall going. He's not going to deport any Muslims.
I still say he never said he's going to deport them. I think he's going to build that wall.
No, he said not deport Muslims, but he did talk about deporting forming a task force and deporting all illegal aliens with like a 90-day window or something like that as soon as he takes office. Just absurd claims. And when you measure the cost of life that would happen and the inhumanity that would go along with something that, like, imagine what that would look like. And if you support
the SS going door to door, bring out your Jews.
Hard not to label someone a sociopath if they're going to support something like that.
You got any brownies in there?
Yeah, there's a middle ground there that nobody's really like. There is a serious problem of border security that needs to be addressed, but there's also a middle ground between that and we're going to give it from fucking January February and March, and by then, tens of millions of people will just be back in Mexico to live forever because they had a great time there before, which is why they came here. Like, it just doesn't, it's illogical on every level. Yeah. But it's just such a bad decision between these two.
I don't favor open borders or anything like that, but the anti-immigrant. Did you guys see they came out? There was a New York Times or New York Post. They went. These reporters went undercover at Trump rallies all over across the country and just recorded people in the crowd. Did you guys see that video?
It's like, yeah.
Is he the one that held up the sign of the opposing party?
No. This is a video that just came out yesterday or the day before, and it's just gives you samples of the kind of racist or like hateful shit that you hear at these rallies.
Now, hang on. I gotta. So I've been to one of those rallies. I went to see the shit show, and I really enjoyed it.
I heard about that. I wanted to ask you about that too. Yeah.
So look, it was right in the middle of like the Trump fever, and I was like, I gotta go see this shit. This seems so entertaining because we're watching these rallies on YouTube and stuff.
I almost went too in California, just out of curiosity because I wanted to be witness to that. Yeah.
Me and my girlfriend, we drove up to Hickory, North Carolina, spent the night overnight because the doors open at like 8 a.m. and we got in line at 5:30 a.m. or something like that, and there was a line of 100 people in front of us.
5:30 a.m.
Yeah, like it's nighttime. It's nighttime.
Like you're hunting.
We're drinking Starbucks, standing in line, and the entertainment started then, and it didn't stop until noon because the protesters were showing up, the Trump supporters were there, and like the T-shirt button salesmen were coming around with wagons full of stuff.
Let me ask you something. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Did you hear people screaming racial slurs? Did you see people? Nothing? You didn't hear anything?
I swear to God, nothing. The closest thing that could be construed as racism was there was about a 65-year-old white guy in the front row wearing an enormous decorative sombrero, the kind you see mariachis wear, and it just said Trump on it. It had a big Trump sticker stuck to it. That was the closest thing.
I want to say that I'm not asking that because I think all Trump, not even close to all Trump supporters are racist, because I don't believe that that's true. But I do believe that he attracts a certain extreme subset of racists.
Sure.
I think that's definitely fair.
That feel emboldened by his language. And
now they had that reverend up there.
Fault, but
Trump has this black pastor something or another. I don't know. He's this big, heavy-set black guy who's very conservative.
At the conventions, he spoke at the convention was screaming, "All lives matter!"
Yeah. So that guy came out and he like fired the crowd up before Trump came because fog had delayed Trump Force One from landing in time. So we've been sitting there in like an auditorium packed to the gills for like an hour and a half. Like they got some chick from American Idol out there singing songs. She's just like, "You guys like Bob Dylan?" Like she's just like winging it. And Pastor whatever comes out and he really starts getting everybody fired up. He's firing brimstone, kind of like black preacher. He's great. He's a good motivational speaker. But then he goes, "Bernie Sanders don't even believe in God. Y'all know that? Bernie Sanders don't even believe in the Lord Jesus Christ."
And
Hillary. Oh no, Hillary. Let me hear, no Clinton. And the crowd goes, "No Clintons."
You sound like Michael Scott from The Office impersonating Chris Rock.
Remember that? A black man.
Well, yeah, no, but in this video, man, you can hear some, like, it's not the fact that these people exist that really bothered me. In the video, you don't see anyone, like, saying anything to him. You had a dude screaming out, like, I don't know if I can say, can you bleep it out maybe or something? I don't know.
You can say whatever you want, honestly.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
There was a guy, Trump said something, he starts screaming, and then he says, "Deport them all, get those fucking beaners out of here."
Oh, I did see this.
No one around him said anything.
Shit.
And that's what I don't understand. I could never imagine going to a Bernie rally or a Hillary rally or anywhere on the left and saying something like that without everyone in the area turning in on that person and collectively shaming them. Like,
now,
what are you doing?
I don't know, because did you see the one with Skill Rex and that Kyle, what are the two guys' names? They became a meme. There was like AIDS Skill Rex and Carl the Cuck, right? Skrillex, my bad. I'm not hip.
Yeah, long, black, skinny hair. Yeah.
Do you know this video that I'm talking about, Hutch? Oh, so all right. So there's a Trump supporter, and the Trump supporter is like the perfect Trump supporter. I think he's dressed in like a lumberjack flannel. He's handsome. He has a beard, and he just looks like a man's man. And he's reasonable, kind of calm, and he's asking like, "Hey, what is Bernie's plan for dealing with ISIS, for example?" And they screech back at him, "You're fucking a white male," right?
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Okay, yeah. There are a lot of people in Bernie's camp that act reprehensibly, and I was embarrassed to I think I'm I'm a pretty proud liberal in a lot of ways. I would say I'm conservative in some respects, but I'm pretty proud. And what were we just talking about? I lost
The cuck guy, the reprehensible behavior on both sides.
So yeah. So like when you see that sort of behavior, it's like what can you do? Like that many people. When there's like 50 to 100 people, some of them are paid.
There's outliers.
Some of them are paid to be there. They're not even there like protesting out of their, like someone paid them to be there.
I'm glad you said that.
Like it's really hard to police that sort of thing. But if it's one guy in a crowd screaming fucking beaners and shit, like. I was really just, and it wasn't the only thing, man. You had people wearing shirts saying like "fuck Islam" and all this other stuff.
Did you say anything to him?
Did I or would I?
He saw it on video.
Did you approach the guy and say that's not cool?
No, I wasn't there.
This is a video he saw on the internet.
Oh, this isn't. I thought you were talking about a rally you were at.
So I saw that video too, and my first thought was, obviously, there's outliers in every subset. There are the guys who are to the far right of the far right. I'm somewhere in the middle, I think. I classify myself as a libertarian. I don't vote libertarian because I'm a realist at the same time.
Yeah, you sound like a libertarian, too.
Yeah, thank you. And so...
I dig... Yeah,
I took it as one. And so the way I see it is just that there's these guys on the outside. There's the racist shitbag who's going to scream racist slurs, and there's the guy who's going to scream, you don't even have an opinion, you're a white male. So those guys are there. But you also mentioned the paid protesters, and I definitely have seen the evidence of, because it's photographic evidence, that you would have the same guys who are like anti-Trump protesters that'll be at an anti-Trump thing will then go to a Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton rally, but then like put on their like disguise like they're a Trump supporter and do something really bad. Do something obnoxious, scream a racial slur, just to sort of smear his campaign. Sure. So I figure when I see that video, I figure it's a coin flip as to whether
those videos as a whole, like,
man, you think it's 50-50?
Dude, I think
I don't know either.
There's
That's
nothing
why I'm
like
saying
I think it's actually those videos are the best way to make yourself feel like you're 100% right, are the ones where it's like, check out all these interviews from people at Bernie rallies, or check out all these interviews from people at Trump rallies, because they're going through, and if they see a guy and they go, hey, why are you a big fan of Bernie Sanders? And they're like, well, I think this specific part of his plan in regard to X, Y, and Z is really, based in historical fact, and we'd have a good chance of that being... They're not going to use that. They're going to use, why do you like him? I don't know, free stuff and weed, man. And then if they go to Trump and they go, why do you like him? And he goes, well, it's anti-establishment. I'm really tired of this borderline monarchy we have going on with the Clintons and the Bushes. They're not going to use that. They're going to wait for the guy who's shitty because they all have an agenda.
When I was at the Trump rally, when I was at the Trump rally standing in line, I would describe the crowd as like a Sunday afternoon church crowd, like by their dress and demeanor, like being like I don't go to church anymore, but as a kid I went, and everybody's wearing polos, like button-ups, or like khakis, and it seems like they all just got off from church or something, and they're well dressed. I saw a guy wearing suits and ties, and then there's casual dress too. There's t-shirts and jeans and stuff like that. But there was this one guy who was right behind us. He's maybe at 200 pounds overweight. He's wearing bib overalls with a dirty shirt underneath. He's got some sort of a skin disease, so that it's very peely and flaky and very bright red in places. His ears are peeling and hair's coming out of him. He's a very gross guy, and he's so out of shape that, we're standing in line all morning, like 3.5, 4 hours, and he had to sit down literally in the gutter, and he was just like, just remember, I'm behind you. And I was like, cool, man. Yeah, cool, and he is the one they pulled out of that crowd to interview. The camera crews, she's walking around with her microphone. She's just like, respectable. That guy probably even went to a college. Oh, you sir in the gutter. Come over here. We want to be on live television. And I looked at my girlfriend like, I certainly don't want to be on live television, but I've got a paragraph in my head right now in case they happen to bring the camera over to me so that I don't look like a boob. because by standing here, I'm making some sort of a statement in general, I suppose, if you were to see me on camera. So I might as well say something intelligent while I'm here. I'm not going to look like a dumbass. But he got up and he was just like, well, I want to say hey to Karen first. Hey, baby girl. Trump 2016. All right. It was like it was WrestleMania or something. And I want everybody to know that The Undertaker and Trump is going into WrestleMania and they are coming out victorious. Trump Undertaker 2016. That's what I want to see. Hell yeah. And you're just like, oh, God, why did they pick that guy? So,
yeah, it's the same way like respectable Bernie supporters at rallies probably felt when they were looking around and they saw, dreadlock McPothead over there with this big hat with a pot leaf on it, and he just reeks, and he's got a way too big a t-shirt on, and they interview him instead. They all go into it with a little plan to smear him. Like those, I've never watched a video that was on anytime I watch one of those compilations of interviews that's from my side of the fence, so further to the right, I'm always like, ha ha, fools! I have it all figured out. That's what it's meant to do. It's meant to confirm that you're already correct.
My reaction to a lot of the articles and social media posts and news media outlet stories, my reaction to that has given me a lot of insight into my personality this election season, because it's so easy to fall into those traps. Those YouTube montage videos of all your hated candidates' worst moments. It's so easy just to sit there and bask in
I've done it
in the self-righteous indignation. I've spent hours doing that.
I take it lightly. That's the West way.
I do that now. It's
like masturbation.
Now I give myself like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I will set a cutoff point where I'm like, I'm done. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit there watching the same thing.
Let me ask you this: did you, because so maybe because of your standpoints and your basic knowledge of anything, watching Trump at this point could be painful for you. You could even be like, oh, what is this bullshit? I can't believe this. But did you find him entertaining when he was doing all those hijinks to conservatives, when he was making Jeb Bush look bad, when he was making Chris Christie look bad?
No. I can't say, like, some stuff.
I got a kick out of it.
Some stuff. Well, I got a kick out of it. Some stuff made me laugh. So to answer your question, like literally, yeah. Like, but it wasn't like a laugh like this is hilarious. This is a laugh like this is absurd. Like I watched every single Republican.
Laugh's a laugh.
I watched every single Republican presidential debate. I watched those debates more intently than I did the Democratic debates. And when I watched all the name calling and stuff going on, like the biggest thought that I had was like, okay, this is good for ratings, and yeah, it's kind of funny to watch it all happen. And sure, as a liberal, it's kind of gratifying to see the GOP sort of
implode.
Not imploding, but like potentially imploding. But then when I really think about it and take a look at it, all I can think is he's really dragging this process down. Like other people have to get down at his level. Marco Rubio tried to do it, and then a month later, it's like he probably he fucked up, man. Like he might have really hurt his chances in 2020 doing that. And, but he had no choice. He couldn't have even competed if he didn't talk like that. And when I saw him sticking up with Donald Trump, I thought to myself, I'm like, good for you, man. Fuck that guy.
And maybe it's just the liberal side of me looking for news that reinforces your own opinions. But the Democratic debates were all about policy. It was so much policy talk, tax talk, minimum wage talk, globalization talk. And then you go to the Republican debates, and it was all about like who can alpha who. Like my takeaway was whose hands were bigger, whose dick was bigger. And not to say that was the only thing they talked about, but God, like so much of it was like, hey, this guy said that guy, this guy's a carnival clown, this guy's this. I don't know, man. The Republican debates were a popularity contest, and the Democratic debates were a rigged policy contest.
Yeah, so it was. I mean, with the Democratic debates,
democracy.
Though, it didn't matter at all what happened. No. Like Bernie could have massacred her every single time. Same result. I would be fucking. I haven't watched them all, so that could be the case. I haven't.
They'd have fucking assassinated Bernie if he had actually been getting to the. He'd have mysteriously had a heart attack or a stroke, and he'd be fucking writing on a blackboard to communicate.
I don't think so. If that was going to happen, it would have happened to Trump already, because I think he's more of a disruptor than Bernie was.
Fair point.
I don't know. The Clintons seem more likely to rub somebody out than the Bushes.
Bernie, if you're into conspiracy theories from like right-wing blogs, but like Bernie's
I write 3 of them.
Yeah, the whole the Democratic debates were really difficult to watch too, because it felt like from the outside watching in that she was just getting crushed, but she has so much money and resources that there's just no competing with it. And then when you have the head of the DNC that just so clearly is biased in favor of her, that felt
more
like
than
it
just the head.
And as
Like
soon as
3
she
more
got
people.
booted out of the DNC, Hillary's like, you were my fall gal, so you got a new position in my organization.
3 more people out of the DNC just resigned in shame, right? So it's not like it's just Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You know, it really went down the list.
In particular, the guy who brought into question Bernie's atheism or
he's out.
Alleged atheism, he's out.
He's on the
They were
list.
going to bring up that he was Jewish, as though
No, he's not Jew. Well, he's ethnically Jewish, but religiously he's an atheist, or at least that's what he sort of hinted at. Probably. You know, he doesn't
answer the question.
He doesn't use the A word. That's not very intelligent if you're in politics and playing a big popularity contest. But you know, he uses that cop out. Oh, I'm spiritual. You know, let's leave it at that. I'm spiritual. You know,
Trump's campaign manager is bringing up Obama's Kenyan descent and asking for his long-form college transcripts again.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up with the Kenyan descent.
Is that Manafort?
I'm sorry?
Is that Manafort? Paul Manafort?
Shit, I need to look it up again. I'm not sure.
Well, he's the manager, right?
Yeah, some high-ranking Trump guy. He's asking for that.
I just watched the White House Correspondents' Dinner where I just watched it last night. It's still so fucking funny. When Obama comes out to I am a real American, and and his birth certificate is just pulsing on the screen. He said, not only do I have a long-form birth certificate, but I also have a birth video. Roll the tape, and it's the intro to Lion King. Like, you gotta respect, he's got the gift of gab, man.
Oh,
I think he's probably got a couple writers, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. But dude, Obama is going to go down as a great president.
SNL has.
But his delivery is good. He's an excellent orator. He's the best since Reagan and JFK, for sure.
Obama will go down as one of the better presidents in history. I'm convinced of it. I like right now is the point where people look at him most critically. Give it 2.5 years, and they're going to look at Obama as, oh man, I wish we had him back.
Now that's very possible if we don't find anything out about him. But like, what if like things start being declassified and uncovered, and we find out that he did a lot of shady stuff that really exacerbated things overseas and actually spawned ISIS on it and urged the spread of ISIS? What if we find things like that out? Little things like I read today, right? That remember when I think there were sailors were captured or taken into custody by the Iranians, and then they immediately turned them over to us, right? Remember this? Well, it turned out Obama paid $400 million ransom for them, but he didn't use U.S. currency because that's against the law.
It's funny. This is what happens when you get your news from the Donalds.
Okay, well then tell me the truth. What actually happened?
Hutch, do you want to go? You want me to go?
You go ahead, Woody.
So in the 1970s, way back in the 1970s, the United States was going to sell arms to Iran. And then we just never delivered. Like they became bad guys to us, and we had like an embargo and just didn't do business with them. But we froze all these accounts, and just kept the $400 million. Well, now we're working things out with Iran. It's a long time later.
It was more than $400 million. It was, and plus it was interest. They had gone. Their figure was as high as $10 billion is what
let me lay this out. So it was $400 million. And then the Iranians are asking for it back with interest. And to them, that's 10 billion now. That's what they're asking for. And the United States was like, no. We'll take it down to 400 million plus 1.3 billion. So a total of 1.7 billion. And if you know interest at all, like if you do the math, we're not giving them very much interest. That's from the fucking 70s. But there it was, 400 million. We just fucking stole that money for them from the 70s to now. And that's what happens when and
we paid them back.
Well, let's remember what happened in the 70s with the Shah of Iran and them taking all those hostages and them not turning them over until Jimmy Carter was out of office and Reagan took over, and then they shit the bed and gave us our people back. Like, it's not like we just like went in, look at those shitty Iranians, let's take some money from them. All right, so we paid them that money back when, though?
Just recently. I don't even know if they have it yet. It's like just recently. Go ahead, Hutch.
that was deliberate. That the timing of it was meant to coincide with the release of the hostages as a symbolic gesture. That's part of that's part of diplomacy. But they did not pay $400 million for a ransom. They've never done that. I don't think as a matter of policy.
Were they ever planning on paying this money back?
Why they?
They had been talking about it for months. They had been talking about it like.
I was just asking. I don't know the story.
Yeah, I don't either. So clarify this for me, Woody. Do you know? Is it true? Because what I read was that they paid them in euros, right? If so, why would that be?
It was like 3 different currencies, and it's because because of sanctions currently against Iran, they can't use American currency.
So they kind of went around the law by using foreign currency. I don't.
Well, no, the sanctions are trade sanctions. I don't think that they had anything to do with like their ability to broker an agreement between each other. I don't think that violated any sanctions.
I don't know what
did violate the spirit of them
But what it sounds like to me is that we found a very good excuse to give them a lot of money at the same time we needed to get some soldiers back. We've owed them this money since the 70s. Here it is, 40 years later now, and hey, you remember that tab from 40 years ago? Now it seems like a good time to pay that off.
And it's really interesting because there are a lot of people that think that Obama is undermining our nation's security by trying to repair these fences with countries all over the world. They think that it makes America look bad or have a position of weakness if we have to apologize for like dropping nuclear weapons and internment camps and things like that. But I admire that sort of humility. I think it's important that America acknowledge our mistakes along the way.
I think we should have dropped the nuclear weapons, though. I don't think that was a mistake at all.
I reserve judgment.
I got a whole thing about that because let me just throw these 3 little facts out there. So the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs killed like less than 100,000 people initially off the bat. And then there's the cancer and the after effects that killed like another 30,000 or so. But if you look at what was done in Dresden, it's less. If you look at what happened in Dresden and Hamburg and all the fire bombings that took place in Germany and in Japan, those fire bombings where we would wait till the weather patterns were just right so that dropping incendiary bombs would create a firestorm. And they wouldn't just drop them at random. They would drop them in a very specific locations to create this firestorm that would encircle and consume the city, creating convection air currents that would kill everyone. Killed many, many more people with that. Civilian bombing was just a thing.
Yeah, we firebombed 50% of Japan before we even dropped those nukes. And this was a country that was built off bamboo and wood, so everything just burned.
One of the most brilliant weapons of the war, I won't say brilliant, but it fascinates me. They had these bats with incendiary devices tied to their legs that they release over Japan. The idea is because of the bamboo construction of their homes, when the sun comes up, they'll roost in the homes, the time device goes off, and all the houses set on fire.
Yeah,
I wonder how well they work.
Going back to Obama, though, I don't know. I don't think he apologized. I don't think he said that it was a mistake.
He did not apologize, and he didn't say it was a mistake. Only conservatives sort of like saw it as a bit apologetic. I was okay with what he did, but I didn't want an apology.
On him talking to our enemies, and like what you were saying, you're like, hey, I admire that Hutch was saying this. I reserve judgment. I'm down for it. Like, I'm curious. I just don't know. I feel like it's going to take 5 years, 10 years before we know whether this weakness was really a move towards peace and now we have great relationships, or whether the show of weakness maybe bit us in the butt. We'll find out.
Yeah, there's risk involved, but I think it's an important topic to discuss. You know, this idea that America isn't infallible and that we can make mistakes and we have along the way, and that we can
like 100 civilians in Syria last week. Like, we're fucking shit up daily.
8 years ago when he was running for office, they asked this question to Obama and they said, hey, would you be willing to talk to Iran? Or maybe it was against McCain. Anyway, he said, yeah, I'd talk to him. And they came back at him like this was viewed as some sort of gaffe, like, oh, look at this idiot. We got him on this one. He doesn't know foreign policy well enough to know that he's supposed to just not talk to Russia and Iran and all these other people. But he doubled down. He's like, yeah, I'd talk to them. This notion that we're not even supposed to speak to enemies, that we're never supposed to work things out, that we're just supposed to have embargoes and stay silent is not the way that he'll run his presidency. And it hasn't been. And I'm down for it. We'll see how it goes.
There's a difference between what he did and what Donald Trump is currently doing with Putin as well, where he's basically endorsing their acquisition of, what was it, Crimea?
Yeah.
Ukraine. Like, just completely just saying, like, well, it's there now, and they're not going to go. Like, what was that argument?
I heard a lot of them wanted to be part of Russia, right? Well, then they
you
vote.
said that, Woody. I mean,
and it does. And it doesn't. but it doesn't matter. Even if they did, and I don't know that, and nobody in this call, I would guess, really knows that. No. But even if they did, it's still inappropriate. It's still inappropriate isn't even the word. It's still criminal to expand your borders like that. You can't just violate treaties and borders like that.
I don't know why Trump has aligned himself with Putin like that. I guess a lot of Republicans like Putin and his strong leadership because undeniably, look, you can love or hate Putin, you can't deny he's not a strong leader like that. He is. And
I think if you get Putin on your side, then all of a sudden at the UN, votes actually start going through. If you could separate Putin from China, I think. So Putin seems like a real scumbag. He seems like he's definitely criminal. He's been robbing that government for many years. I've heard all kinds of crazy estimates about the fortunes that he's amassed.
Accused of elections and
rigging elections, killing, literally murdering and killing opponents. I've heard it's billions and billions of dollars that he's set aside for himself, like hundreds of billions. Yeah, enormous fortune.
That's what I've heard. Low 100 billion.
I've heard that he is afraid of leaving power in anyone's hands except for a crony. Because they could immediately say, grab his assets, take them away from him. He's afraid of that, and that's why he's holding on to power so much. But I do believe, even though that he's a real shithead, scumbag, criminal, despot leader, man, it would be nice to have him at least in our pocket when it comes to dealing with Japan and the North China Sea, dealing with Japan when it comes to Taiwan and Japan and everything that's going on in that region. And China really seems like what we should be focused on. I mean, from the cyber terrorism, all the hacking, all the entertainment.
The Russians that hacked the DNC, though.
It absolutely. Well,
maybe. I've heard it's the NSA. Some guy who worked at the NSA thinks that they're actually the source of the leaks. I know nothing.
I know nothing.
Are you guys interested in a non-politics topic?
Yes.
All right, Hutch. This one's on you.
Okay.
Have you seen the movie Inside Out? It's the cartoon Pixar thing.
Oh, I love that movie. It's great.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So, give me your core memories. What are the core memories that define who Hutch is and how he reacts to his day?
Now I forget. Are you talking about the core happy, core angry, core, or just the core memories? Just kind of general.
I'm not going to ask that you actually categorize them. If there's 4 happies, I'll take it. If there's 4 sads, because I did this exercise with myself and I'm not particularly good at it. But some of the core memories
So you're talking about the ones that are like really formative experiences that really kind of shaped your view of the world.
Perfect. Before you go, for people that haven't seen the movie, there are these like core memories, and they are things that have Hutch nailed it. They shape this girl's view of the world, and in the movie she moves and forms all new core memories eventually. But it shakes up how she deals with things, and she goes wild and happy and crazy. So
the earliest memory I have is actually a sad one. Don't ask me how I remember this. It doesn't make any sense that I remember it, but I vividly remember being 3 years old, and my mom took me to drop off one of my sisters at school. She was in kindergarten, so she was 5, and I was 3 at the time. And we walk in the classroom, and I was a very social child. I've always been like pretty compulsively social as a child. I was always walking up to strangers and saying hi and giving my mom heart attacks in the process, but I walked up to this kid who was drawing a picture, and it was just like there was a ground and a tree and a kid, and I decided that his picture needed a sky. I said, this doesn't look right if it doesn't have a sky. So I just picked up a brush and started painting this blue sky on this painting, and this kid got so angry with me, and I was horrified. I'm tiny. I'm like 3 years old, and this kid's like yelling at me. And I honestly think that affected the way that I looked at how open people are. I think that was my earliest memory of really understanding that not everybody is friendly in the world, or not everybody wants to interact with
your input.
Which just blew my mind. I'm like, why wouldn't you want to talk to everybody, or like, why wouldn't you help you with this drawing? But that one I think like really.
I like it. Give me more. Anything more current? Anything older, Hutch?
I think like the current stuff now, they're less these epiphanal experiences, these burning bush moments, and more gradual realizations. So it's hard to pick like specific memories. I don't know. You'd have to let me think about that for a little bit.
You know what I've been doing lately? Lately, I've been thinking about like childhood memories and like examining them with an adult's mind to try to work out what was actually going on and why things went the way they did. And there's so many times where I'm just like, oh, what were you thinking? Or I was thinking today, like I drove past this spot where I hooked up with this girl when I was a teenager. And I remember that like things didn't go as far as they definitely could have gone. And I was thinking about like everything that went down physically, and I was like, she totally wanted me to bang her. What were you thinking, 17-year-old Kyle? Like, what were you what did you think? Why did you think she was doing that and this and letting you do that other thing and saying that stuff? Like, she wanted you to fuck her.
Why is it that the negative emotions stick out way more to me?
The same thing happened to me too.
That's a genetic response. Like, it's important that negative things stick with you so that you survive them in the future, so that you learn from it. That when that snake bites you, or you know your family member in the tribe gets attacked by the bear and mauled, it's important that that sticks with you for life. That you're traumatized by it.
That makes sense. I fell down in the bleachers in 7th grade in front of fucking everyone. 7th grade, not a very confident guy.
No.
I think about that once a week.
Get out.
It's not a fear. Like I don't see stairs and go, oh Jesus, how's this gonna pan out? Like why does that need to be remembered?
So,
do you have
Taylor,
anything like that you think about it? You just have to go like, ugh.
Just 1 second, Hutch. So Taylor, the question while you were gone was, you know the movie Inside Out? It's a cartoon thing, a little girl and her core memories.
Oh, with the stuff in her head. Yeah.
Yeah.
The little characters.
So the question is, what are your core memories?
Oh,
Just so you get the context.
I got a good one. I got a good one now. This one's juicy.
Right.
So when I lost my virginity, I was responsible. Went to Planned Parenthood, picked up condoms. I'd never put on a condom, used a condom. Obviously, I was a virgin at that time. I remember trying to lose my virginity, and I was not putting the condom on properly, or I was just so insanely nervous. But every time I put on a condom, I would lose my boner. And this went on I was trying to lose my virginity for like 3 days, and it just my dick just was not working with this particular kind of condom. And so I became really convinced that I had like an early onset of erectile dysfunction. It became like a true it wasn't delusional because I had evidence. I'm like, there's something wrong. And even when she went on birth control and we stopped using condoms and the sensitivity was a lot higher, the fear of having erectile dysfunction gave me erectile dysfunction for like a year. I'm saying 1 out of 4 times I tried to 1 out of 4 times I tried to fuck my girlfriend, I couldn't fuck her because my dick would not work. And then as I got older and then into my like mid-20s, and then it wasn't all of a sudden. And then after some time, I became much more comfortable with what I like and what I'm comfortable with, and like, you know, what excites me, all these other things. The problem just completely went away. I don't currently, you know.
Have you ever used Viagra or Cialis or anything?
No. I like that. I don't have that problem anymore. Like, that's not.
People without that problem. Yeah, do it too.
Yeah. So here's the way I see it. Like, when I've got a Camaro. So when I go to the gas pump, I put 93 octane in there, and if I happen to be by the racetrack, I'll put 103 octane in there. I'll pay the extra couple bucks a gallon. I'll get the good stuff because my engine sounds good when I run it. It smells good when I run it, and I've got a few extra horsepower. So I've got a prescription for sildenafil, and if it's going to be a long night, if it's a special meeting of the minds, as it were, I'll take how many milligrams do I take? I'll take 80 to 100 milligrams of Viagra, and oh my God,
If you snort it, do you just get the most powerful erection ever instantaneously?
I've never snorted it, but
bloody nose. Yeah.
I've never. What I have to, I've chewed them up before. I've chewed them up before to make them. I've chewed them up before to make them kick in fast. But I have a question.
I have a question about those pills, because I've wanted to try them, and if I had one in front of me tonight, I would 100% try it and bang it out with. Anyways, she's gonna be home soon. I don't think she would like me talking about like that, but So when you take these pills, okay, does it make your dick hard? And then, like, okay, so sometimes if I have sex or if I masturbate or something like that, like, even after I come for like a minute, 2 minutes, it's still like full mass sometimes for whatever reason. But if I try to have sex when I'm like that, there's not a whole lot of sensitivity. I got to give it like 20 to 40 minutes, like recharge my jets. When you take those pills, does it still feel good, or is it just you're just rock solid and you can just go?
So you still have a refractory period, but the difference is it's not at like you're maintaining 100% full erection, and it won't go away if you keep going at it. Like if you come and then you like go back to foreplay, for example, and just let that go on for a while, you're good to go and 100% in like 10 minutes, I would say. And the sensitivity is back. My thing is that, like, I don't know, if in the middle of a sex session, like somebody needs to go pee or something, like we're not going to need to warm things back up again at all. Like this thing is staying hard as long as it needs to stay hard. But it's never been what I thought it was when I was a kid in high school and like Viagra first became a thing, and they're like, yeah, you get like a 4-hour boner, can't get rid of it. Let's give somebody some as a joke. It doesn't work like that. It just makes if you're thinking some dirty thoughts, or if you see something that turns you on, you get an immediate and more powerful than normal reaction. And like, I don't know if here's what I'm going to do. I will do this for the show. I think I've got a very nice scale. I'll weigh my erection off the Viagra, and then I'll weigh my erection on it, and then we'll figure out exactly what we got there.
I don't think that would work, though, because I don't know how that works either. I don't think that would work, man. I think your boner would be pushing on the scale, and like.
Well, I'm just gonna lay it on top.
Oh, I see. You're gonna push up on it. I'm
gonna lay my like this is the top of the scale.
You're gonna measure its gravity defyingness.
It's weight. How much the blood in my dick weighs. How much more blood is in my dick when I'm on the Viagra.
I just feel like in that situation,
that's what
it's attached to your belly, you know? Like, how can you weigh
I won't
it?
like pull down on it. So my finger's attached to my hand, but like I could weigh my finger without pushing down.
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
But what you can do is the opposite.
Volume test, then clearly.
Now I like the way you're thinking. You'll get some sort of graduated cylinder, dip your chunk in there, see how much water it displaces with and without.
That won't be accurate enough. First, we have to take a cast and a mold.
That's how Arkin measured his cock. Yeah. He was bragging to all the other sophists about how much he displaced. But I'd like to try Viagra then, if it doesn't just give you a boner that you can't control.
Is it hard to get? Can you just go to a doctor and just tell them you have ED and they'll just give it to you?
I went to my doctor, and what I literally told him is, hey, I've got like 3 girlfriends. I'm having a lot of sex, and I cannot go 3 times a day with these girls without like some serious mental gymnastics. And I was like, I want some Viagra. I don't want to be sweating this, because when you're like focused on, like you said, you can get into your own head if you're worried about it. If you're like, all right, here we go again. Don't mess this up.
I lived in my head, dude. I would just feel my boner going away, and all this self-hatred just brewing inside of me.
It turns you off, and now you're not thinking about the sexy moment anymore. You're thinking about failure. Yeah. And like what will become, what is she gonna think? Is she gonna think she's not pretty? Is she gonna think that I'm not a man, that I don't think she's pretty? Like, what is she gonna think that this means? Because we know that women are terrible at interpreting, like,
they're the fucking worst.
They're we'll say something that really means I had a bad day, and they'll be like, I'm ugly. Like, what?
If a guy loses his boner and the girl starts going on a "is it me" thing, it makes you feel so much worse. You're just like, can we just stop talking about this? Like, if we just stop talking about it for 10 minutes, I'll probably be fine. But the more we talk about this, is the more.
And then you have to like sit there and talk to her and convince her, no, it's not you, as you got a flaccid dick.
I just have a disorder. That's all. It's me. I fucked up.
It turns out I didn't know until, what was it, 15 minutes ago? Like.
Hey, I thought of a good core memory. I don't know if we were on that topic, but I had a Spanish teacher in high school. I took Spanish my freshman year, didn't get very good grades. Took Spanish 2, didn't get very good grades. Took Spanish 3, didn't get very good grades. But my Spanish 3 teacher pulled me aside and said, hey, listen, it doesn't make sense to me, because when you participate in class, you seem like you have a really good understanding of the language. You seem like you like to speak it, but you got a C+. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to petition that you go into AP Spanish 4 and learn at a higher level, because I think you're capable of doing it. No teacher had ever said that to me before, ever. Like I had always tested really high as a child, but my marks were not very good. I just, ADD, call it what you will. I have no idea. But no teacher had ever done that to me or for me. And then the next year when I took Spanish 4, there was only 4 of us in the class. And we had this thing called baccalaureate at the end of the year where they would give out awards for each class. Like basically there was honors and highest honors, first and second place in each class. And one person got highest honors and the other 2 people got honors, and I didn't get anything. And there's only 4 people. I was really bummed. I was like, fuck. And then he looks at me and he goes, now you come up here. And he goes, and he gave me a really, really nice Spanish to English dictionary, a beautiful, like, what do you call it? It was beautifully crafted.
Bound.
And when I opened it, he said, "You didn't think I'd forget about my most improved student." And that lit a fire under me, and it ended up being the reason why I can speak Spanish pretty well now. I pursued it throughout college. And
doesn't that mean the most when someone says something like that to you? I was when I was doing this trip in Texas, and I was with my friend Matt, and we're on his ranch, and when lunchtime came, we'd go back to his house, and he's got 2 little boys. They're like maybe 5 and 6, 6 and 7, and he's got a girl. His wife's pregnant with a little girl. She's going to have it any second, literally. And I don't eat lunch, but they're all eating lunch in there, and I'm listening to them talking, and I was just listening to what he was saying to his son. He was like, "Kelly, Mr. Johansson said that you answered the door the other day at grandmother's. He said that you were very well behaved and very well spoken. That makes me real proud of you, Kelly." And Kelly goes, "Thank you, Daddy." And I was just like, oh, like this hearing that in the living room. I was like, I hope that kid remembers that forever, because that was such a cool thing his dad just said to him.
Who would have thought FPS Russia was such a softie, huh?
Yeah, I like kids. Yeah, I've always said, and I think Woody has too, I'm a good uncle. I'll hang out with some kids for a little while. I just don't want any responsibility.
I'm a fucking great uncle, dude. I take pride in being an awesome uncle. But yeah, I'm not in any hurry to have kids. I'm 33 years old, and I don't think I want to have kids right now. I don't know if that's the same.
You're a guy. Time is unlimited. You could decide at 51.
75, whatever. Donald Trump's got a little toddler himself.
If you're responsible for your kids, which I imagine Hutch would be, then you have to kind of look at your end date. When do you stop taking care of kids? 22, maybe? So if it were hypothetically today, he'd be looking at 55. If it was hypothetically 10 years from now.
Today is 22. If Hutch has a kid right now, that kid's going to need help. Well, I mean, that generation of children are probably going to need help into their 30s, right? But I'm 30.
You also don't want to be that dad who can't even do shit with his kid. Like there was a kid in my age whose dad was when he was we were 12 at the time, and his brother was 44, and his dad was 76.
Shit.
And he was a complete mistake, like total accident, and he even knew it, because it's like, you think my dad wanted a kid at like 64? No, of course not. I'm just here now. So he couldn't do anything with his dad. He's
like Jon Snow. He's a real bastard.
Did you do stuff with your dad, Taylor?
Did I what?
I hear this story and I think, well, my dad just worked all the time. It wouldn't have mattered if he was 300. He didn't do shit with me.
He worked all the time, obviously, but we would still, he'd take me to hockey practice, and we'd play street hockey in the driveway or whatever, and we'd go in the yard and build shit, and so we did stuff like that.
I remember I was on the t-ball team as a little kid. I don't know, whatever age you play t-ball, 7, 8. And I was the only kid on the team that would strike out in t-ball. If people aren't familiar with t-ball, there's a stand that holds the ball still. You just put it on there and you hit it.
Yeah. Maybe you get a little bit of movement on the wind, but not enough to strike out.
No.
Think golf, but the tee is about 5 feet or 3 feet.
You've got a bat.
Yeah, that's right. And I didn't know, I didn't know anything. First of all, I faced the players in the field. When you bat, you kind of line up sideways and hit. Not me. I lined up forward and tried to hit, right? And yeah, I couldn't throw, I couldn't catch, and I would strike out. Now sometimes if you hit the tee hard enough, the ball rolls forward slightly. But I didn't know the rules well enough. Do you run forward this time or not? It always felt random to me. Sometimes they'd have me run to first. Sometimes they'd say, no, that's not good. There's a small area in front of you, I guess the ball needs to pass. But I didn't get that. So you know, so they'd be like, run, 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 run. And it's like, how am I to know if this is one of the run misses or the not run misses?
There are a lot of failures in your baseball training, and the coach is probably, suspect number one. But I mean, your dad probably should have gave you some pointers, or at least sat you in front of a Mets game or something.
I feel like he took me out there one time to like teach me how to hit. And I don't remember how it went exactly. I didn't get any better. I know that.
Yeah,
I trained in the backyard for years to throw a baseball and to hit a baseball and to fucking like pull a double play from shortstop, because I played shortstop for a while, and just arm exercises, and that was my.
Oh, that's right.
bread and
You were a
butter.
real baseball player.
I played baseball.
I wanted to be a real baseball player, and so did my dad. And it wasn't one of those things where like he was pushing me. I didn't like it. I loved it, but like I remember playing football though, and it was the opposite. It was what you're talking about, because my dad had no interest in football. I had no interest in football. I don't even know why I was fucking there. And I remember play after play being on defensive line or something, not knowing what was going on. Like I'm just in the stance, and everybody goes, "Rrr!" And everybody starts pushing each other. So I'm just like, I'll push this guy, yeah. And
I had the same fucking experience, man. I played baseball for 10 years. I loved it. I played basketball for a little bit too. I wasn't as good, but I signed up for football freshman year because all my friends were doing it. And I was like, yeah, this sounds like fun. And I hated it. I lined up, like, I didn't pay attention during practice, so I didn't know what the fucking
What position were you?
I don't even know. I think I was a tight end.
You've got that build, yeah.
No, they put me in as a tight end, and I fucking lined up as a linebacker at the start of one of the plays, and one of the offensive coaches screaming at me from the sidelines, "Hutchinson, what are you doing?" Looking back at him like, I don't know. I don't even want to be here right now. And then they put me in another game when we were up literally by like 50 points, and they were like, fine, we can put Hutch in. And a play started going. I just started running and avoiding conflict because I didn't want to get hit. And the two running backs on my team behind me, one of them was running lead block. He pushed me as hard as you can push someone from behind and laid me out because I was in the middle of their lane. He blocked me. It was fucking humiliating.
I just remember being in
blocked
practice
by your own team.
Oh God, it was horrible.
I just remember being in the first football practice with pads and putting the helmet on, and within 3 minutes having the most intense headache and cranial pain because it's crushing like the sides of your. I don't know. Maybe they told me this was common, that you just get over it. And I did eventually. Like eventually it just stopped hurting. But something about it squeezing your head is giving you a headache, and it was excruciating. And I just remember thinking, as I'm like, we're doing that thing where you like stand in place and like do like high knees, and then you drop to the ground all the way flat and then pop back up and like do it again. We're doing this rapidly in the hot sun all day, and I'm just like, this is awful. This is the worst thing I've ever done.
I played midget soccer as a kid, and again, like dude,
You were probably pretty good.
No, I wasn't. I felt like I could have been good with a little bit of coaching. The coach was our next door neighbor's dad, and so I played midfielder. And there's a spot where the midfielder's supposed to be. They would always yell at me for being out of position constantly. Like, what are you doing? Out of position, out of position. But I didn't know where he wanted me to be instead. So he'd just yell like, Woody, you're out of position. And it's like, all right. So I would just like go to different places until like they stopped yelling at me because I didn't know where the right position was. Until the last game. He breaks out this clipboard that has like a soccer field drawn on it, and he's like, this is the area you're supposed to be in. And it's like, fuck, it's been 2 years. You didn't tell me that over the last 2 years? I needed 10 seconds of instruction, and I would have been in position all the time.
That's so true. Our coach was such a numbskull, and I remember it because literally, like my parents told me, like in private, and told me not to say anything about it. She's like, the coach is a little off. He got hit in the head with a baseball bat a few years ago. And we all knew it was a thing, that the reason the coach wears those really thick glasses is because he got hit in the head with a baseball bat a few years ago. And it was like a Gary Busey scenario where he was just a little off kilter now because he scrambled his brains. So, like, I remember literally, like you said, in like the last game of the year, I realized that I should be trying to get the quarterback. Like guy that they keep handing the ball to who's been throwing it over my head, and I'm like trying to catch it or something. Like it's keep away. Like I should be trying to get him. And I remember getting back to the sidelines and being like, am I supposed to be getting the quarterback, coach? He's like, yeah. That's the only thing. The ball. You're supposed to be going to the ball. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I got it now. He's like, it's the end of the year. I was like, well,
but you
maybe
said
next year.
I was going to say, it's his responsibility too, man. Like, it's a two-way street. What, were we supposed to read a book on football? Like, what was their plan exactly?
No formal training. Such a shitty coach. My dad coached our Little League. He coached my T-ball in, like, my first year of Little League when I was, like, I don't know, 10 or 9 or 11 or something like that. He was a great coach. There were a lot of black kids who didn't have anyone to take them to practice, and me and my dad would every afternoon go, like, house to house and pick up all the kids who didn't have someone to bring them to practice, and he'd always buy everybody food and drinks and everything. And it was a good experience for me growing up playing baseball.
Just real quick, because I gotta go in about 25 minutes, and you said something before. Is it okay if are we still talking about sports?
Sure.
Well, no, I was gonna change the subject if that's okay.
Oh no,
no, go ahead. Yeah, feel free.
Well, no, you said something a minute ago about he would be 55 now, but you basically made this a reference to how our generation is softening up in some ways.
Or not necessarily that it's because of them softening up, but because of a lot of factors. Now, at this point in history, like you're more likely to be at home at 25 or even later than you would have been 25 years ago.
Well, what I wanted to say, I had a conversation with a few friends like a couple months ago about the topic, but I think it's an interesting one. But this idea of the older generation complaining about my generation and millennials, I find it to be one of the most laughable things that's out in culture right now. When you take a look at how much more economic stability and security that generation had and how much better they had it than us in so many different respects, and then to look at what's happening now and to blame it all on this supposed shift to a more lazy culture, I think is just completely short-sighted. Now, the flip side of that is that there are a lot of young, like you see it in college campuses now, like some of the behavior is really childish and unbecoming of an educational institution like that, such as that one. But to blame it all on culture or somehow suggest that we're all becoming pussies, like
I have my own
lazy
thoughts on
generation.
that. Like so my generation, Gen X, right? Which used to mean young.
I think I'm Gen X too, right? Or am I Gen?
I think you might be Y. So my generation, they called us lazy. That was their thing with us. That lazy. The slacker generation is what they called us. And perhaps compared to the one before us, that at the time the term yuppie was coined, right? And everyone was like trying to make their money on Wall Street and driving their BMWs, and greed is good with Gordon Gekko. Like that was the parents when my slacker generation came to be. After that, it was this arrogant generation, and I felt like I worked with a bunch of them. They came into the office having always had the internet. They were perhaps more savvy in some ways with regards to like social media and the internet than the people that they were working for. And then comes this generation, and my knock on them isn't that they're and I think this is a broad perspective. It isn't that they're slackers. It's that they're victims. It's that they don't take responsibility for the troubles that they have. I hate hearing the economy is bad. Fuck you, dude. The economy is incredible right now. This is what good looks like. If you're just coming into the workforce now and you think that this is a shitty economy, you haven't seen shitty economies yet, and you won't like it. This is what good is.
It's not just about unemployment rates. We're talking about interest levels. We're talking about the cost of college, cost of living, cost of food.
With the exception of the cost of college, all of those things are great, right? Like cost of food is not at an all-time high. Interest rates are very low right now. Unemployment rates are very low right now.
But when you compare our prices to the prices of someone that grew up in the 50s or 40s or the 60s, after that economic boom that happened after World War II, there as far as what you could get with your dollar you had way more options back then than you do now. The cost of a car, way more expensive now. Cost of college, way more expensive now. Cost of houses, way more expensive now, even when you adjust for inflation. I'm not saying the economy
But you're getting different things, right? Like
right now,
car now, if a car doesn't go 250,000 miles now, then it's garbage, right? Back when I was a teenager, you trade in a car with 40,000 and they tell you that it's done, that this car doesn't have much life in it, right? 60,000 miles and it probably actually was done, way back then. Now, things are way better. They say houses are more expensive. The median home price is higher. Houses are huge now. They're much better. If you get some house that's built in like the 1940s or 50s, that thing is probably 2 bedrooms with no air conditioning.
And it really depends where you want to live too. If you live in a metropolitan area, houses are so expensive. Look at San Francisco. It's shocking what a small apartment in San Francisco costs. Now I'm not proposing that
for like a tiny little studio a month.
I'm not proposing that where I live, which is kind of off the beaten path, is ideal for anyone or everyone, but you could get a 1,500 square foot house here for about $40,000. If you're a basic carpenter and can do a little fixing upping, you knock another 5 or 10 off that.
But regardless, when you look at what someone spent for a house even if houses now are better and worth more for obvious reasons, okay, yeah, but the point is back then you could go to a bank and get a loan for like 20 grand. The equivalent of today, like 20 to 50 grand, and buy a house, and you just cannot. Well, I'm not sure about the specific numbers. If someone was on the Google machine and they could figure it out, I have done like a little bit of research, but not like going to the library. It's just literally just
wasn't the and I'm just jumping in, so I don't know.
We're talking about older generation looking at millennials and accusing them of being lazy, and I was making the point that they're not acknowledging how much better off they were economically than we are today, and how much more they could get by on with much less.
I think
that's
90s.
That's a very fair point. And also, like, if they had Twitter and social media and the internet when that generation was young, I bet the older generation would have noticed all the bitching they were doing on social media. So really, it's just more apparent that our generation is complaining because it's so easy to put it out there.
Well, there's two particular periods of time that I can think of, that were just so easy to live in. One would be the 90s. It seems like if you were into anything that had to do with a computer, anything that had to do with the peripherals of a computer or the internet or electronics, it seemed like you were doing great. But then you go back to post
until that bubble burst.
Of course. Yeah. But then you go back. But like, what if you raised your family from 1990 to 2000? What if those 10 years were the hard years, the years where you had to buy house, car, and put some kids in college? Like, that would be real nice. And then going back to post World War II, man, those people had a myriad of advantages, right? First of all, most of the world, except for us, is in ruins because we put it that us and our friends did it to them. But even our allies, like the English, they were getting bombed the whole fucking war over there with V2s landing in their backyards and bombing runs. Here on mainland United States, nothing happened. Of course, the Japanese went to the Aleutian Islands, but that doesn't fucking count. So we've got this huge industry where we've been making these bombers and tanks coming off the assembly line constantly. It's already set up and running. The infrastructure's there too, and all the men come back with a GI Bill. It was a perfect storm for a booming, never seen before economy.
And then they all had like 6-7 kids, and
and ruined Social Security.
I just think it's an interesting topic to touch on with this. I don't know. This culture clash between the older generation and the newer generation right now is
always been there. But I'll tell you, do you remember the chalkening? Do you remember the chalkening when the kids wrote Trump on the college sidewalk in chalk and they're screaming about how it's not a safe space, how that's a racial slur? Do you remember girls in that I hate her, that girl at Yale, right? Who's staying in a fucking dorm with the Steinway piano and a media lab full of computers to render their shit, and security guards blasting this Yale, whatever he was, a director of something or other. I don't think he was actually a teacher. I think he was like
dean,
whatever he was. And she's blasting him like, your job is to create a safe space. Oh my God, you pussy. Like, you're safe. Your place is pretty freaking safe. And you're screaming at him because what? There was a Halloween costume you didn't like? Like, no, this is a real thing. The kids now are using their victimhood. Not all kids, don't get me wrong. But there are people using their victimhood as a position of strength, right? Do you realize I'm offended? Do you realize that this is not okay? And they are cry bullies. And this is a thing that didn't exist before. And it has come into existence. And I swear it's one of the reasons Trump is doing well. Because Trump is anti-cry-bully. And there is a lot of people in America who are like, oh, anti-cry-bully, anti-political correctness. Like, I like political correctness in that it has an attempt to be nice, right? Sometimes when you throw away political correctness, you're just being a jerk. And that's not where I aspire to be. But when you start bowing down to cry bullies, you've gone too far.
Yeah, there's a difference between not being so on the nose that you offend people at every turn. And there's nothing wrong with offending people. You go ahead and be offended. There's nothing wrong with that. You should be offended every now and then. It feels good. Get your blood pumping. Yeah, I like to get offended every now and then. That's why I watch MSNBC.
And sometimes it's good to be offended too, because it might change your perspective. All of a sudden, you might reflect on that offense.
You might realize you white-knighted.
You might realize that you were wrong, or you might your point of view might evolve. I've had that happen where I'll get massively triggered when I see a tweet or something like that. And I'll be like, and I'm good about containing that more now. I don't think I'm as emotional on Twitter or anything like that. But yeah, when you see these kids at college, it is a problem on college campuses, and you have to be blind not to see it because there's evidence of it all over the place.
It's the reason comedians won't do colleges anymore, or most of them won't.
It's a problem, and I'm really with you guys on that one. And I'm sympathetic to people like Milo, even though I fucking hate him. I'm still sympathetic to people that drift towards him, and I get it. I understand. When you look at the alternative, Milo is actually pretty fucking appealing in a lot of ways.
We had him on this show. He was a blast. He was really funny.
Milo on PKA.
He started going. Yeah, I was really enjoying him like most of the way through the show, and then he started talking about his strong religious beliefs. He's a Catholic, and it just didn't mesh with the rest of it. And I was just like, huh?
He says some stuff, man. Him and free speech is an interesting conversation, because it's and free speech just alone is such an incredibly complicated topic. It's people think that just because you can say something, you should, and you're right to say it. And I just don't think that that's the case. And people like Milo, it's he says some stuff that is undeniably compelling, especially with regards to his criticism of the left in college campuses right now. He makes some really compelling arguments, and it's impossible to ignore them. But then he says some other then he does other shit, like taking pictures of people in the gym and fucking fat shaming them on Twitter, that shit. Mm-hmm. I think you are going way too far, man. And I get that your base thinks that's funny and all that, but
you know where I'm stuck?
Yeah, I don't like that.
You're surprised that he got banned off Twitter from he's constantly belittling people.
He's kind of a professional troll. I don't even know if what he says lines up with his values. Sometimes I wonder if he's just picking the side that will get him the most attention, whether that be pro-Trump or I forget where he was on Gamergate, but that's where he first got well known. Yeah,
he's definitely hamming it up to his audience. He's definitely he's a self-professed provocateur. He thinks he considers it his job to offend people, and for George Carlin had the same kind of job. So it's I recognize that people like that need to exist in a society, and we need to allow that conversation to happen. But he was fun. I really enjoyed talking to him. Just the off the wall opinions that he had about things. It was just what? Like I said, especially when he got to his devout Catholicism, it was very hard to make that mesh with. Just a moment before, he was talking about how he liked to be submissive to black men in bed. And it was well, how do those two go together? Because normally it seems like you're mixing oil and vinegar here. I'm not following. The Catholic Pope has recently come out and said that Catholics basically need to get over their prejudice towards gay people, which I thought
he has. Although he made some comments about transgenders today. He said that the idea that children were being taught that they can choose their gender is terrible or awful or something like that, I think was his quote.
The thing the Catholic Pope said that I loved was this.
He's a pretty liberal Pope.
Yeah, he said if churches aren't taking that money and devoting it towards helping poor people, then they should lose their tax-exempt status. And I was like,
Pope said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
The balls on that guy.
Right?
Well, he lives he's a pretty austere Pope. He's driving around in a Ford Focus, that.
Oh, is that what you're getting at, Hutch?
Have you seen his chair? His chair is just a regular chair, like the Pope chair. If you look at John Paul II's chair, It looks like what you think God sits in.
Doesn't he live in his own opulent city?
He didn't build that city. What's he supposed to do?
Yeah, I give him a pass.
It's pretty valuable. It
That's
seems
like
really...
saying that about Obama. Like, doesn't he live in a big white mansion in the middle of some great real estate? It's like, yeah, that's where our leader lives.
To some extent, I feel like a lot of it is just for show, right? He's like, all right, I'm going to need all new robes. Make them less showy. That chair that's been in use for the last 10 years, I'm going to get me a new chair, this one less showy. And it's true.
It's PR.
I think
somewhat
he did
PR
something with the money from the old chair too. I like this Pope a lot. I know that maybe he's not liberal enough for everyone, but you gotta keep in mind who he is and who he represents.
It's a Catholic Church, man. It's a 2,000 years old institution.
This guy's doing a great job. You know, you guys went from the Inquisition to gays are okay, and just a couple hundred years. Good on you. Like just stick with this guy.
That is really good progress. That would be a very steep graph.
Not compare. Now, with trying to avoid being controversial here, but now compare now compare that to Islam, which came to be around what 600 BC something or 600 AD something like that. It was like 500. It's like 550 years after Christ. And so when we look at the evolution of Christianity, I see so many Christians that are very kind of snobby about where their religion is when they talk about Islam being sort of backwards and they're nowhere near as caught up and progressive as Christian. Well, you have 500 years on them. Like this.
Well,
that's also assuming that religion.
500 of those old-timey years don't count, though.
Because that's also making the assumption that religions are all inherently kind of equal, and they start out on the same racetrack, and you'll all get to the same conclusion given the same amount of time. And I don't think that's true. I think religions all over, like you give, Mormonism given 1,000 years is not going to turn out the same as Islam given 1,000 years isn't going to turn out the same as Catholicism.
This is true. I'm not making any guesses as to how Islam would have turned out, but I am saying that Christianity has the benefit of 5 centuries of
I would say those people were far more advanced than the Christians at that time, right? Wasn't this like the birthplace of algebra and calculus and mathematics? Yeah. What was happening at the time?
Are you talking about?
In the Middle East, I'm kind of talking about, right? Like the people there were very advanced, perhaps more than the guys who hadn't figured out not to poop in their own drinking water over in England.
Perfect example of that. During the time when the Black Plague was destroying Europe, in the Arab community, they'd already figured out how to cure it. You lanced the boils around your lymph nodes, like around your armpits, and then you hit them with a hot poker. That's how you cured it. Or you could make an antibiotic. They took the dried scabs from the Black Plague pustules that would come up or whatever they were. You would dry out those scabs, and then you would snort them. And that would work like a little bit of a vaccine for the Black Plague.
Or at least then you'd wish you were dead.
So anyway, I don't think it's fair to give Islam a pass for for starting late on this racetrack. No, they were ahead of the game and they've paused. If anything, I'm sorry.
Not a pass, but not. I mean, Christianity is not an innocent religion either. There's a lot of destructive qualities about it too, and it has really real and I'm sure you could. It's measurable too if you gathered some data, but like a really kind of I'm ranting a little bit. I'm not giving Islam a pass.
You don't like any of the religions here.
Yeah, not a huge fan. But
go ahead, Hutch. I'm interested in what he's going to get to.
We've got a zero tolerance policy for religion.
I'm not saying that people that people should allow. I'm not saying that you should look at like terrorist attacks or people that subscribe to Sharia law or just the general amount of hate speech or hatred that you see come from radical Islam. I'm not saying that everybody should just kind of hunker down and bear the brunt of that until they figure it out. I'm just saying that if you give people enough time, I think they will start to mellow out and progress. And in a lot of ways, in some regions of the world, they're very insulated with their cultures, and nothing can really come in and change that.
I think the problem is that
I think that has to come from within. I don't think that
part of that insulation, though, is because of that the religious influence there. They don't want anything else coming out, so you could just as easily make the argument that given a sequestered area where you can just do whatever you want to do, that eventually extremists are going to ruin the lives of all the people around them who are just trying to fucking live.
It's because I feel like that religion has, you can say that it's been hijacked, but it's been hijacked people who are just enforcing its principles much more firmly than anyone else does. They talk about the moderate Muslim, but moderate Muslim is someone who's not following the teachings of the Quran to the letter. Now, I don't want to know the Christian who follows the Bible to the letter, but he lives all around me. I promise you he does. Like everywhere around it. Most of the Baptists that make up my community, if you ask them, do you believe that every word in the Bible is fact? Do you believe that these aren't allegories, these aren't like tall tales to teach you a story, that this is fact? And they'll tell you, absolutely, yes, that's the word of God.
But they don't live that way. Like, they won't go and beat a
will
gay
not
person
when they find a child molester, they don't. Exactly. They don't enforce those laws to the letter of the law. Now, I think you've got a combination of what radical Islam is to me. What I think that drives it is a few things. One thing is that you've got people taking power and using that. You take power. You go back to a movie like, what was that Denzel Washington? The Denzel Washington movie where he's in the future and there's no more Bibles left. Book of Eli. And they talk about the Bible. He talks about how he's like, if I had that book, I could control everything. It's more powerful. Gary Oldman is talking about how powerful the Bible is for controlling a populace. And I feel like the same thing has happened in that community. You've got these, whether it's the guys who run ISIS, who are basically starting a caliphate, a geographic kingdom of their own, sort of, that's pulling in money and sex slaves and evil. That's kind of their business.
They're going broke, and they're not going to win. It's like it really sucks.
That's the scariest part, though, because what happens when right now I feel like ISIS is a big hornet's nest that everybody's jabbing, and eventually at some point somebody's going to come along with a big can of hornet spray, and they're going to pretty much wipe it out, tear the nest down. But there's plenty of hornets that are going to escape and disperse throughout the world. If they talk about 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 of these fighters, how many of them are just collecting a paycheck to do evil, and how many of them are legitimately on board with this and believe that it's a way of life and are going to escape from that region and go into Europe, go into Asia, go into South America, North America?
Who knows? I want to say a comment about something Hutch said. Hutch was like, hey, you know what? This religion, we got to give them a little slack. They started 500 years later than us.
No, I didn't say give them slack. I said let's try to be understanding of the fact that we were not where we're at now 500 years ago. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds really similar.
Same thing.
Yes, the same.
But make no mistake, I'm not talking about radical Islam. I'm not talking about.
Let me go ahead, Hutch, here. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
So, I feel like a lot of people, especially on the liberal side, give way too much of a pass to bad things, right? Like Bill Maher makes this point. He says, look, liberals couldn't stand apartheid in South Africa for 1 fucking second. Right? The fact that there was apartheid, which if I understand right, is pretty much taking the black people and putting them, it's not even separate but equal. It's just separate. You guys are not allowed to play at our party. Yeah.
Put them in ghettos.
Put them in ghettos. You guys have to form your own sort of country. And by the way, the white runs the government, so you don't have the infrastructure and the good stuff we had. Right? Liberals wouldn't stand that for a second, right? But when you hear, oh yeah, women aren't allowed to drive there are a lot of people that say, well, that's just their culture. Oh, people have to wear burqas. People have to cover their hair. People have to, like, all these restrictions. Oh, women don't go to school. There are a lot of people that say, well, you got to understand, culture's culture. Like they started behind us.
All right, go ahead.
Some things you can chalk up to culture clash, sure. A lot of things you can't, and I'm with you on that one. Like, there is a tendency on the left to be more forgiving of immigrant minority groups, whatever that looks like. If that's a Muslim or someone from Kenya or someone from
anyone not white and male,
anyone not white and male, there is a tendency on the left to be more sympathetic to those groups and to be way more critical of.
People should be protesting Saudi Arabia in the same way that they protested South Africa. They should be like, what? You can't drive? You can't walk the streets unless your brother holds your hand and make sure that you're not, like, slutting it up at the mall? That is crazy.
Show an ankle to anyone who wants to see it.
The fact that these women aren't given 5 seconds. The fact that these women aren't given freedom is a huge, huge deal, right? Yeah. And it is, to me, like, unforgivably, undeniably bad. Yet a lot of times it's just chalked up or sort of overlooked as culture differences.
And real quick to tag on to Woody, like, and that's not even real, like, just the Islamist extremists.
Kyle's distracted me with his You're still.
Oh, you quit that, Kyle. But like what he was saying, it's not even just the thing about women. It's not just the extremists. Like, and that's something that a lot of people, especially on the left, don't want to address in that area. Is that like just mainstream belief over there? There's a lot of deeply troubling things about it, especially regarding women, where it's like if you. I mean, fuck. People in this country are more likely to probably be upset about an Amish guy having his wife wear a bonnet than they are about, someone in the Middle East saying, "Oh, you can't drive, and you're completely beholden to me for all your decisions. You don't have any freedom. You're not in charge here. You don't get a say. This is the me show."
Those bonnets are kind of sexy. We were in Ohio, and we were driving through these Amish communities, and they were all out in the yard, like, I don't know, dancing around and playing and shit, like all holding hands, like spinning in a circle.
Without internet, you really get creative.
yeah. But like the girls were all wearing these like dresses with the bonnets, but you could tell they were pretty shapely. And I was thinking, like, could I get her out of the Amish community? Because like, I don't even have to show her a good time, right? Anything,
you do.
Anything, and she's just fascinated.
Wait until they're 18.
I'm
when they go on their trip.
Let me show you something. And she's like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Like, that's right. Anytime I want, right there. Come with me if you want. Come on, let's go.
That's
that
a
would
wonderful garment. Did you sew it yourself?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I am Calvin Klein. That's my name.
So what I want to say is that I'm with you on the fact that being too apologetic for some things that should reasonably outrage rational people is a mistake and short-sighted. But at the same time, it's like there are still, I think there still exists some indigenous cultures where like sexuality, for example, like go to Sweden in the age of consent there, I think is 14 years old, which if we say that out loud as Americans, it makes us like
feel uncomfortable. Yeah,
it is hard for us in our American mind not to look at Swedish people and then not classify all of them as perverts. And I think it's a mistake to generalize the same way when it comes to Muslims. And on top of that, who are victimized most by radical Islam? It's Muslims that are victimized most by radical Islam.
I'll accept that. Yeah.
They're the ones that are getting hurt more than anyone.
Oh yeah,
this peaceful Muslims. Yeah, they might believe in some really crazy shit, but that doesn't mean that they're acting on it. Much in the same way that a lot of Jehovah's Witness and Mormonism and Christianity and Judaism, you can find a lot of crazy shit in all those religions, and some people will even say, "I believe that crazy shit." But most people are not acting on them. Most people are not like Westboro Baptist Church or.
But I think they're sympathetic to it. I think if you drew the parallels between that and Nazism, in the early 40s, you'd see a lot of scary similarities. Like, well, not all Germans were into that. Well, you only needed you only needed a very small percentage for.
Also, I would make the point that
10 million people
they're
to get
not
exterminated.
following all of those things. Like I'd contend that unlike Sweden, where the age of consent is 14, I'm sure they have laws in place in Sweden where it's like, well, if you're 38, you can't fuck a 14-year-old, or maybe they have it different. I don't know. But
it's 14.
I don't think that's
14
okay.
or 15. It's 14 or 15.
I bet their 14-year-old could run a small business while our 14-year-old is egging houses, though. I have the feeling that a Swedish teenager is just a better fucking kid than ours are.
I don't know about
more
that.
Matured, probably better educated.
But I'm saying that I don't like that in Sweden, and even if I did think that was like hunky-dory, that wouldn't somehow equivocate to what's going on in the Middle East in those cultures, where it isn't just the extremists who are dressing up their women in burqas and not letting them drive and not giving them freedom, or there's literally criminal charges for apostasy, leaving the faith. That's endemic in those areas. Yeah. And to say like, oh well, it's not really, no, they're not all practicing that. Well, it doesn't matter if they specifically aren't the ones who's enforcing it, but they live in an area where it's being practiced and they're subjugated by that.
It's a very loose comparison and a very weak one, but I'm making the comparison I'm drawing that comparison just to make make a point, which is that, and it's a point that's already been made a million times in the media in this election cycle with respect to Muslims, but most of them are not out there bombing us. And even
of course not.
Even if they are sympathetic, how many of those people do you think are sympathetic to someone who decides to drive a truck through a crowd in France or something like that? How many think? How many?
40-50%.
Well, hang on. Let me finish my.
It depends where you go.
Who knows what those numbers are? No one knows. But
they took some polls.
Yeah, they've taken polls so that you do know. But
okay,
they look bad.
Right.
I've got a quick thing.
Okay,
the age of consent in Sweden is 15.
Wait, I want to hear
15. Okay, but what I wanted to say is what percentage of those people you think are sympathetic because of the Quran and Sharia law, and what percent do you think are sympathetic because their uncle got killed by a fucking cluster bomb meant for Taliban or something like that? Like, everybody in that region has some awful story, and they're all connected to each other. Like, everyone shares in the squalor that they're living in some.
I didn't see any of those 9/11 victim survivors strapping any bombs on, going overseas, mixing it up with anybody. They all just mourned and dealt with their loss.
We live in a country that's not in a state of constant turmoil and war and bombing and drones and.
Are you kidding? We've been bombing people for years, every day, constantly.
Oh,
we just don't. We're not on the receiving end.
Here.
100%. That was one of the reasons why Bin Laden said that he executed that attack in the first place, is because the United States was bombing Iraq consistently. They were continuously bombing them even after we left through 1998, and that was
they kept putting up those radar towers, and they weren't supposed to. And so when we flew over, we'd blow them up. Like, you're not allowed to have that. Remember? Boom.
But my point is, how many people do you think are radicalized or are sympathetic to
all of them
terrorists? Because of their actual beliefs, because of their religion, or do you think it's because of the geopolitical circumstances that
I think it's feeding? I think you're talking about a cycle that feeds itself. I think it started. There were bad people, and we tried to kill the bad people, and we accidentally killed some good people, and they became bad people, and they joined the other bad people, and it's a never-ending cycle.
I've got an answer for Hutch too.
But it is predicated on. Or go ahead, Woody.
Yeah, he says, "Hey, do you think it's the religion or the geopolitical part?" I think even if it was geopolitical, they're definitely using religion as their recruiting tool, right? They tell people they're killing Muslims, so there is a religious aspect to that.
There's absolutely a religious aspect to it, and that's undeniable.
Totally. Yeah.
Let's leave this.
I'm not denying that at all.
You want to hold the topic?
I've got one. Who's watching Stranger Things on Netflix?
I actually have to go. I saw that show. And I cool. But I actually have to go. Thanks for having me on, guys. This is a lot of
thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on.
Where can everybody find all your? What's your Twitch and YouTube, everything? Let everybody know.
Twitch is just Hutch, and the same with YouTube. I got a redirect now, so it's youtube.com/Hutch, and then on Twitter it's oh my god, it's Hutch. But if you just search Hutch on Twitter, it should be the first thing that pops up, I think.
All right. I hope the movie's good. Enjoy.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know how it is.
On, man.
Take it easy, guys.
Thank
you.
Good night.
See you later.
Before we talk about Stranger Things, then let me sneak in a Dollar Shave Club ad or two. Let me just pull this up, guys. We really appreciate you listening to the show and wanted to do something to thank you. So we contacted our friends over at DollarShaveClub.com and arranged for them to give new members this month the executive razor for free, just for buying a tube of Dr. Carver's shave butter. We're super excited that they're doing that for you. Now let me remind you why millions of others have joined me as a proud member of the club. DollarShaveClub.com delivers amazing razors right to your door for a third of the price of what those greedy razor corporations would charge. That means that when you join the Dollar Shave Club, you can afford to shave with a fresh blade anytime you want, which feels fantastic. I get a first-class shave when I use the Executive blade, and that's without even hurting my wallet. And when I use the Executive with their Dr. Carver's shave butter, the blade just gently slides for the smoothest shave ever. Shave butter isn't your average shave cream. It's a unique conditioning formula with high-quality natural ingredients, leaving your skin unbelievably soft and smooth. Now's a great time to join the Dollar Shave Club. New members who buy a tube of Dr. Carver's shave butter get a month with the Executive razor for free, so take advantage of this special offer today. It's available by going to DollarShaveClub.com/PKA. That's DollarShaveClub.com/PKA.
So what was the special deal again? Something about a tube of shave butter? What is it?
Yeah, when you get the Dr. Carver's shave butter, you get the Executive razor for free. The nice nice razor. The handle part.
Shave butter is an underrated thing. It is way better, in my opinion, than the foamy can stuff, which it seems like, at least for me, I get one swipe of the can stuff and I shave, and like none of the hair's gone and all of the fucking shaving cream's gone. The butter's really good at that. and sticking to your face, binding to the hairs, and really getting it off.
Or wherever you put it.
Or wherever you put it. Yeah.
Okay, now let me get you one more ad in here. The last few months, we've been working a lot with movement watches. We love them. You guys love them, so I asked myself, why do we only have one? I've got 2 or 3 now. You see, Movement offers different color bands, different faces, and different styles for each of their watches. Movement watches start at just $95. Do some quick math. You could have a couple of Movement watches, and it would still be a better deal than just one of those department store watches. Get a blue and a white one, maybe sandstone is your thing. Whatever your style, Movement has watches and bands to match for every outfit in your arsenal. There's no hassles. Just order online with free shipping, free returns, and a 24-month warranty. So join their more than 1 million social media followers and get a Movement watch today. That's MVMTWatches.com/PKA today, and they'll give you 15% off your entire purchase there. That's MVMTWatches.com/PKA. Yeah,
Check 'em
those
out.
are good watches. I gave one of them to my dad, and he actually likes the thing. He's been wearing it for a little while, and my black one, I've kind of added it to my little watch holding thing upstairs. I like them a lot.
They're heavy, and I like the heavy feel.
I was just about to say they have a heft to them. It was in my head that like you're like, it's not garbage.
Yeah,
stuff in
It's
here.
a ringing endorsement right there.
Thank you. So Taylor, have you been watching Stranger Things?
It's a mini series, right?
Mhm.
It's
no.
It's a television show.
It's only
this
one
is the
series.
first season.
One season.
Well,
Okay,
what
yeah,
is the
so far?
I've seen the whole thing.
I've only seen 2 episodes, I'm afraid. So that might handicap me a bit for the conversation. But my feelings on it so far, it feels like childhood movies. It feels like E.T. mixed with Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something. I love the soundtrack, the music, the costumes are so good. Those kids look like real fucking kids. I love that too. The actors look like kids, and they're very good actors. All of them that I've seen so far. I love the story. I love the sci-fi aspect of it. I love the scary aspect of it. It's kind of a scary show. It's very suspenseful at times. The production value is definitely there. I heard it got shopped around to 15 or even 20 different networks and cable networks before Netflix bought it or it went to Netflix. But I'm glad it did because, man, it looks like another home run for them. The reviews are 5 stars across the board. Everybody's loving it. What are you guys thinking so far?
I saw it. I liked it. I thought it was
the whole thing, or how much did you see?
all of it.
All of it. Okay.
Yeah. So I thought it was good. I feel like it's right there with like season 1 of Orange is the New Black. In my opinion, some people say it's better, but it's not quite Breaking Bad or Game of Thrones. Those like elite shows. It's definitely worth your time.
It's really good, and I don't know why it is, but Kyle, you hit the nail on the head with the whole like kid mixed with fantasy thing. It has a real E.T. vibe, and for some reason it makes me more willing to suspend my disbelief if it's a kid in there, because I'm just kind of imagining myself as a kid and what I'd be thinking, and not adult me being like, oh well, there must be a logical conclusion for all this weirdness. Like, I liked it. Like, there's a bunch of nonsense sci-fi stuff you have to put out of your head, but it's fun because it's like a kid's show in a dark place. It's a kid's show juxtaposed into a really dark reality, and you see both, and I like that.
It's not that it's a kid's show, really. It's that some of the main characters are kids. It's a regular adult drama, but you've got kids thrown into a really tough adult situation. One of the things that struck me that I really liked was in episode 1. I don't think this is much of a spoiler, but someone gets kidnapped. A child gets kidnapped in episode 1, or he goes missing. Let's just leave it at that. And from the time he sees his danger to the time when he sort of loses his battle to stay away from that danger, every step of the way, he's doing what you, the viewer, wants him to do.
He's not an idiot.
He's smart. He's smart. He's like, you see danger? No time for the bicycle. Run home. Find your mom, find your brother. They're not there? 911. Got to get some help. Lock the door. Good. Now check to see if everything's safe. It's not safe? Retreat further. Can't get 911 help? We need a weapon. And it's just like, that's exactly what a clear-thinking adult would do every step of the way. I really admired the way that kid was like running around and trying to like Home Alone his way out of that situation.
Yeah. The kids crushed. I thought there was break. The kids crushed it the whole way through, and I really like that. Like, so the movie The Sandlot. I feel like a lot of people love it.
Yeah.
The child acting in that was awful. It
It's
was
only good if you're a
such
kid.
shit.
So
Yeah,
bad.
no, maybe because I was older when I saw it. Like, I was
Yeah.
probably in my 20s or 30s, and I'm just like, this is all. The kids look like they were out playing, all running and just laughing and situated. They weren't awful, awful acting. The acting in Stranger Things?
Stranger Things.
Yeah, it was good. Like, as an adult, and you sit there and critically act the ability for these like 10-year-olds or whatever they were, strong actors, even as children.
I looked him up just because, especially the guy with no teeth, who's got, like, I felt bad for him, so I wanted to look up at first to be like, he's got teeth in real life, right? And then just to confirm that, and he does. He's
Does
got
he?
teeth.
Good.
Yeah, but
They pull
he
him
is
out
a
for the
great
show.
Yes, he's a method actor. So he's on a mashed potato diet until the series winds down. But he's a good actor for a kid, and I actually enjoyed watching him on screen because I'm usually very critical of child actors because I'm like, I've been 8 before. This kid doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just doing whatever that man over there, that woman over there is saying. But they weren't committing any of those gaffes like in The Sandlot where it's just it's horrible. If you try and go watch The Sandlot again, I challenge you to get through it. Like, you're relying 100% on nostalgia juice to pump you through that piece of shit film. But Stranger Things is great. I can't recommend it enough, and I want to talk about it more when Kyle's further into the series.
I'm going to get on tonight, and I'm going to watch, I'll probably get in. I might finish it tonight. I'm really into it. Got a girl over here. She's pretty into it. It's great. I'm glad that and one of the barriers, this is what I wanted to say. I've been thinking about this since I thought that I wanted to talk about this show on this show, is that some people might be not interested in it because they think it's a kid's show. And there is a real barrier to getting into a new show. And I know what that's like with that show, The Night Of. I'm having a hard time getting into it. I know it's good. I believe it's good. But there's something about watching that first episode, and I see him making mistake after mistake, and it's literally the opposite of what that little kid does in Stranger Things. It's like, here's an 8 to 11-year-old. I'm bad at gauging children's age. Here's an 8 to 11-year-old who's fucking heads up and making good, smart decisions. And it's not like you're like, well, it's not like he's putting together a zap like taser gun like Iron Man or something. He's just making the right decision every step of the way. But then you go to, I'm sorry, what was I just talking about? What's the other? You go to The Night Of, and it's like, God, this kid is going to steal. It's not even his dad's taxi. It's a taxi that his dad is in partial ownership with 2 other men with. Could ruin his father's career. His father could lose his medallion.
I didn't catch that. He wasn't allowed to drive that taxi?
No, he stole that. So he
Okay.
stole the keys and went out. And then he admits to her that, like, this isn't even my dad's taxi. My dad and 2 other guys went in on this taxi, and I've stolen it, and now I'm going to pick you up, random hot chick, and do drugs with you, which I guess that was acid they were dropping. Like I don't know, when you put it on your tongue, maybe ecstasy.
I don't think so. It was a pill.
Well, I mean, you can put acid on a sugar tablet.
I
You
guess
can
so,
drop it on
yeah.
anything. It was either acid or ecstasy. I haven't watched enough. I would probably know if I kept watching.
Well, he wasn't still tripping when he got arrested, so it probably wasn't acid, right?
Probably not. Yeah, probably ecstasy. But just I know where it's going, and it's like watching a train wreck happen. Like, there's some movies that I rewatch, and I'm rooting for the characters to do something different than they're going to do. Like, I know that nothing's going to be different on this next watching of The Lord of the Rings, but I'm thinking, like, man, just get the Eagles. Just get them. Just come on. Let's just fly in there and get this over with. We can wrap this up in 50 minutes. Come on. I know they're not gonna, but still, as I watch it go down, it frustrates me. So I will get into it and I'll enjoy it. But what I'm talking about all this for is, if you're one of those people who's thinking of Stranger Things as like some kiddie show that you don't want to be part of, it's not that. There's a big overarching storyline, plenty of adults. The sheriff has strong parts. Winona Ryder, of course, is playing the best, like, sketched out, burnt out mother of all time. She's very good in her role, very good. So yeah, 2 thumbs up from me for that movie.
Yeah, being able to watch a kid do what a show. Yeah, being able to watch a kid do what I think I would have done, it makes it way scarier, because usually the kid would just be like, oh, there's the closest tree, and then go stand by it and go
That is what they do.
come
Yeah.
around and go, and it'd grab him. But like, and even me watching that, I'd be like, I wouldn't have got caught, but this kid did exactly what I would have done, and he still got caught. And so it's kind of a reminder of like, oh fuck, like, Yeah, that's real. That this is what would have happened. Put the best kid in the best situation. Okay, it's not real, but put the best kid in some monster or whatever it is out there, and see how it plays out, and that's what'll happen.
It would have happened to me.
I can't watch romantic comedies to save my life, or a lot of shows about relationships, because every fucking romantic comedy, every show out there starts on a bullshit premise or mistake that could be handled in a couple phrases or a sentence. And
5-minute conversation, and we don't need to do this movie anymore.
Yes, all it is a guy, I'm stressed out coming home from work. I'm going to buy condoms and roses and stuff, and then I'm going to bang my girlfriend when she gets home. And he gets there, and he throws it down, and she calls, I'm going to be late from work. And he goes, maybe enough time to beat off. And so he goes into the fucking bedroom and starts watching porn, and then he has his headphones on. It's really loud. And
I haven't seen this one.
Trips and unplugs it, and it sounds like sex, and she walks in and hears from outside, you're banging someone else, and you got her flowers and condoms. And then she runs out, and instead of going like, wait, I was looking at porn.
I'm jerking it. I still am. Come on, it's not over yet.
Yeah, instead of that, he walks over and watches her leave and is like, babe. Then he closes the door and it's like, no, you don't address it. Of course this is a problem now. You made this a problem. You don't deserve to get... It drives me crazy when an entire show can be handled with a 3-minute, just hold on.
What show have you seen with this plot, Taylor?
There's thousands of them every show. Like, not a specific chain of events, but what he's saying is like those sort of scenarios that can be so easily solved by like that wouldn't happen to us. You know, it takes you out of it because you would be like, no, I swear, I'm not cheating on you. I'm just jerking off. Come look, search the fucking house. Where's our car? You think I'm fucking a ghost in here? Like, come look. You know, that's all you got to do. That's what you would literally do in real life. You know,
yes, but
they don't do it. They're just like, you don't understand. It's complicated.
Well, enough is enough, and I am done with this. I am done with all the nonsense, and I'm out of here.
But it's complicated. I gotta let me explain, and you'd understand. And I just, I love sex so much. And she's like, he says something like that, so you could take it either way, and she books it, and then she dies or something, and that's the whole movie. It's shit. But that's not what happened in Stranger Things. The kid was heads up. He did what we would have done. He home, family, police, gun, like in that order, and love the show. Watch that show. What else we got? What do you want to talk about?
I've got a topic. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but it's a UFC thing. There's this guy, Mark Hunt, and he's a heavyweight fighter. I don't know if he's top 5 or top 10 right now. And he fought Brock Lesnar at UFC 200. Anyway, he lost, and it turns out Brock Lesnar gets popped for performance-enhancing drugs. I forget the specifics of it. I just call them all steroids inaccurately. So anyway, he's been sort of going off on social media about this because I'm going to get my numbers a little wrong. It's like his third guy in the last 4 or 5 fights that got busted for steroids after the fight. And he's pissed off because he keeps fighting these guys who are on steroids. And some guy tweets him and says, huge fan of yours, bro, but everyone in the comments saying you should stop posting about Lesnar is right. Lesnar got busted for steroids, Brock Lesnar. It's not a good look on you if you keep posting that juiced up cunt. You're giving him publicity. So they're telling Mark Hunt to stop complaining about facing cheaters. And he replies, how about you go fuck off my page then, you piece of shit? You think I need a stupid fuckwit like you telling me about looking good? Who the fuck are you? Take back your worthless advice and get the fuck out of here.
Sour grapes, man. Sour grapes.
That's the thing.
I'm on his side. Look, put yourself in his shoes for just 3 seconds here. That you are a professional fighter. You go into a ring and face another man with your fucking fists, and the other man, who happens to be the scariest human being most of us have ever seen, is cheating to make himself even fucking scarier. It's like fucking some monster comes in and he's cheating you're like,
it's like if I set up
bad enough. I'm fighting a Cyclops. You got him on the juice too,
right?
It's like if I set up a boxing match with a 3rd grader and I bring a brass knuckles. Like it's like why add insult to injury? That'll teach you to take my snacks. Like what? No reason for it.
So so I saw this video. God, I can't remember. It was an indie game developer, and back when he was on the forums, everybody loved him because he would just give all the other developers shit, and they thought he was right and smart. Then he makes a game, and he acts the same way. He continues to give all the critics shit, and essentially the conclusion is he was being famous wrong. You know, that once you become famous, everything is supposed to be even keeled. You know, no one gets under your skin. You deflect it. You don't reply. And Mark Hunt, to me here, is being famous wrong. But I hate that there are different rules for Mark Hunt. That he's supposed to take this fucking jackass's advice on whether or not he's allowed to talk about the guy that she cheated against him.
This is a Trump
that doesn't matter one bit to me. I think this is bullshit because, like, fuck that fan for saying that. Mark Hunt's a fighter. He's not a politician. He's not your local representative. He can say whatever the fuck he wants, and you're still gonna be a fan of him because what he does is he goes out and beats people up for a living. I definitely feel for him. I would feel cheated and so angry, and not just because of like the bragging rights and the money and whatever shame there is with being beaten up on live television by this guy, you know, all those things, and career-wise, the damage that it may or may not have done to him. But hey, I went in the ring, and this guy could have killed me. This man could have hit me so fucking hard in my head that I never woke up. Like, he's already hitting so goddamn hard. I would love to, you know those, like, box things they have at bars? Where you, like, go up and you hit it, and, like, it goes up to gorilla? That shit should go up to Brock Lesnar, motherfucker. This guy is a monster. And he's cheating to be even bigger and stronger and to recover faster or to have better cardio. God knows what.
All of it, right?
Right. Whenever they tell you that they don't want to tell you what it is, it's always steroids because they can't test for HGH appropriately. I believe he's on HGH. That's probably what caused that disorder he had or whatever. The guy is a monster. He looks freakish. I mean, that's the sort of thing.
He's one of the broadest. Like, usually, if someone has broad shoulders and they're like 6'5", like, you'll notice, like, that's a big guy, but it's not, like, crazy broad. He looks like it's obscene. His shoulders are gigantic.
Not really
and he's
human
also,
shaped.
Like,
I don't like that he exists.
No, he's not human shaped. He's shaped like a monster. And so, like, I understand this guy Mark being pissed, and the response back to the fan, though, is what loses me. Of like that you could respond to that so much better. You could just say, yeah, why wouldn't I be fucking pissed about my opponent cheating? How about that? How about that response?
Yeah, that would be more substantive.
That would have been a better reply.
Versus fighting argument.
I'm so sympathetic, empathetic, I guess, to Mark Hunt, though, because this is not the first guy telling him this, right? He probably has 5,000 people in his ear chiming about how he's supposed to be talking. And that's why he's so fed up. You know, if you view it in just the context of, like, one guy trying to help him out, then perhaps he responded kind of crazy.
I would have said something like, Barry Bonds cheated to hit home runs, and he was fucking indicted, and people went to jail over it. Brock Lesnar is cheating to hit my brain pan, and nobody seems very overly concerned with it. That's what I would say.
He said stuff like that, right? This was his blow-up moment. You know, he says, look, this guy's cheating. I'm going to get hurt. This isn't fair. I keep going up against cheaters. I've had 3 in my last 5 fights. Number's close to true. And, you know, and this guy's like, you know, I think you should stop complaining about people cheating against you. And he's like, what the fuck? Right? Like, that's when he blew up.
Yeah. To play both sides, the guy who sent him the message, screen capping it and sharing it, a private message, shitty thing to do. Like, of course, Mark Hunt Mark Hunt should know that it's going to get out there because he's famous. But I don't like that either.
Yeah, what is
like,
this,
and if he has been getting hundreds of messages about this, you'd think that he would have had time to formulate a response. You know, like if he hasn't addressed it like this before, then he's probably let some steam blow off. I don't know. I shouldn't be commenting. I don't know enough about the story, but it doesn't stop me.
Yeah, it shouldn't, and it shouldn't.
No, and it never, and it never will.
Let me sneak in an ad here real quickly at this juncture, because we're at about 3-hour point. This episode is sponsored by Seeso, the all-comedy ad-free streaming TV service made for the serious comedy nerd. And if you love Community and/or Rick and Morty, and you have to watch Seeso's new original series, Harmon Quest. Harmon Quest is a comedic, improv, animated, live-action journey into the hilarious world of fantasy role-playing with Dan Harmon and his comedy companions. Starring Dan Harmon, Spencer Crittenden, Aaron McGathy, and Jeff B. Davis, Dan Harmon, creator of Community, Rick and Morty, and Harmontown, brings you Harmon Quest. It's like nothing else you've ever seen on TV, streaming, or anywhere else. Dan Harmon and his team embark on an epic adventure of dragon slaying and chivalry as they attempt to save the world from evils and other such things. Fondue Zubag, Bone Weevil, and Bwer O Shift, those are the character names, find themselves stumbling through mystical lands and treacherous monster-filled caves in their quest to defeat the evil heralds of the Manticore. You can watch every single episode on Harmon Quest on Seeso right now, so go to Seeso.com and use promo code HarmonQuest, HarmonQuest, to get 2 months free. That is an additional free month on top of the already free trial that they normally pass out. Seeso is stacked with new original comedies, classic series, and loads of stand-up specials. They have every single episode of Saturday Night Live, the entire Monty Python catalog. That's not just the television show, but all of the movies from Life of Brian to Holy Grail, and so much more. So start your free trial today.
Seeso.
Seeso.
Donald Trump vows to crack down on internet pornography. Is this a position that we can get behind? I feel like finally there's a good oh Jesus! You can't just. I feel like finally there's a good reason that to not vote for Trump.
Look,
did something just come in?
Trump said he's going to crack down on internet pornography.
Look, here's the thing.
Oh my God!
Right.
He's fighting phantoms all around him.
Yeah.
Nobody just is.
I feel like if there's something that PKA is for, it's guns and porn, right?
Guns and porn.
So there's just no winner in this thing. You know, Hillary or
He's
Trump?
not going to get rid of porn, and that'll never happen.
See, that's why it doesn't bother me when he says things like that. That's like if he came out and said, "We're getting rid of farts. I'm anti-fart. No more farting around here. I'm solving the fart crisis."
Yeah.
He's like, you know, they're always talking about the methane gas. You know how much methane is in a fart? like what do you went against? Like he's anti-fart. He's like making everybody put like butt plugs in their ass that like filter the methane out and make a little toot or something like that. Like it's musical farts now.
Well, what a jackass.
Yeah, what a real asshole.
I would never vote for Hillary, but I'm really
fucking porn.
I need to take a close
that
look
guy
at
he's hornier than anybody, right?
Right?
How can he be anti-porn? This is a guy who's like fucking models his whole life. He likes
seen his wife
ass.
nude.
What's he thinking? Look, he's pandering. I see what Trump's doing, and I honestly know exactly what he's doing because I've been seeing him do it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Trump listens to anybody, but I think what Trump believes is going to win him this election is by firing up the Christian American base.
Some of his Republican base, yeah.
Specifically devout Christians. He says things like, we're bringing Christmas back. Christianity is going to be a power in this country again. You know, in God we trust. And now he's saying this, you know, the morality police stuff. Now, none of this is substantive. It's not like you can legislate that effectively. It's been attempted in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, whether you're talking about going back to Hustler Magazine and Larry Flint, you're talking about Howard Stern. You can't legislate debauchery well in the United States anymore. The debaucherers won all of those battles in the end. Game fucking over, Trump. You should know this, and he does know it. But he's pandering to that group, and it's, you know,
it just worries me. This, again, you know, Trump is water. You can pour him into any bucket shape you want, and that's what we're doing here. We're like, oh, against internet porn? That's one of the things he doesn't mean. You know, just like before long, there's a lot of things.
It's not what I want. It's not what I want him to believe or don't want him to believe. It's just what I truly believe based on like sizing him up and what he said in the past versus what he's saying now. And it just seems like he's really going after the Christian base. He's trying to get those guys, not just in the South, but in the Rust Belt. I think that's his goal. And in the Midwest, I'm sure he's worried about some of those Midwestern states. I think that's what it is. I really do. I don't think Trump's actually anti-pornography. This is a guy who goes on the Howard Stern show, and he's like trying to get Jerry Seinfeld to come to it. He's talking about all the beautiful, he's like, the most beautiful women in the world, brought them all in, hundreds of them. And Jerry, it was so funny to hear this go down.
Is Seinfeld single?
He was then. This is an old show.
Okay.
So it's like Trump talking about this party he's having that night, and he's inviting Jerry, who's also on the Stern show, and Jerry's like, really? Wow. You can tell that Jerry's interested in this like hot fucking party that Trump's putting on, and like they're talking about it, like, and Howard's like, I kind of want to get invited. Can I get on this party? like
Isn't
everybody's
Seinfeld a pedo?
You're tall and you're
Seinfeld.
weird.
Yeah, that girl that Seinfeld was with was quite young. I think that she was like.
It would have been.
She was underage when they started dating, I think, or like maybe she was 17 and he was like 39. It's something like that. I'm gonna guess, like based on my memory of these events, that he was roughly 39 and she was roughly 17 when they like came out as boyfriend girlfriend. But there are many people who piece together like paparazzi photos and such to prove that the relationship predates her eligibility for said relationship.
So she was being groomed, is what they would contend.
Exactly. Now that's a top tier technique that I only recommend for that's real shitty.
For pedophiles.
Yeah, for pedophiles. Well, no, not for pedophiles, because if you're a pedophile, then the last thing you want is to like be biding your time while this kid is going through puberty. You don't want that. You want to hit it early, get in there quick. But what we're talking about is the exact opposite of that. You see a potential in this youngling. Kind of like a Jedi. It's kind of like a Jedi Master. You're like,
pedophiles have nightmares about kids turning 17.
He just spotted a AAA prospect, right? Not quite in the majors yet. He just pulled her out. So I looked it up. He was 38. She was 17. So Kyle was pretty much on the money. Wow. And and then I guess he stuck with her all the way till 19 or 20. Or
you know what? Well, that says something.
So she got too big.
Stuck with her through all 3 of those good years.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah. The porn thing, like it is easy to say like he does flip flop on everything constantly, but I also don't think it's silly to say he really doesn't believe that porn is going to go away. Like he's. No one who's realistic, even those hardcore Christians, know in their heart of hearts, they're not going to win fighting back against gay marriage. They're not going to win fighting against porn. These battles are lost. Get over it.
Abortion could go the other way. And I liked who was that guy we had on a couple weeks ago that he was a white gay man and I'm struggling with his name. And he
all I have is Milo.
Oh, Dave Rubin. Yeah.
Yeah. And he didn't dig into it, but basically what he was saying. I hope I'm remembering this right, that it was him who said this, and this is how he said it. I don't want to misquote him, but I think what he was saying was that on the issues of gay marriage, that'll never be overturned. And the reason for that is there's going to be no new evidence, no new research that is ever going to show any negative to gay marriage, because 2 men marrying in no way affects the world around them. It's just their own little bubble there with 2 men in it. Nobody else is affected by that in any way. There's no negatives, not one. However, with abortion, what he was suggesting, and he didn't really say it out loud, but what he was inferring was that it's, the more and more research that goes into this, the more that we find out about how a fetus develops and how brains develop in the womb, the more evidence there may or may not be that would suggest that especially late-term abortions past 24 weeks, or in particular partial birth abortions where the child is partially delivered until the head has crowned, and then they insert scissors into the skull and open them to form a passage, and then insert a tube in and vacuum out the brains. That's an accepted form of abortion.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, and that's and I know to some people that might sound like some Carly Fiorina fucking propaganda. Look, I wouldn't make that up if that weren't a thing. It's shitty. I'm not saying that then they pull the baby out and sell its arms to fucking like Japan to make like cyborgs or anything. It's not devilry, but it's a form of abortion that seems awful, really awful, and I'm not for that. I think that maybe the abortion needs to occur before 24 months and only in situations of rape, incest, or threat to the mother's life, or certain congenital birth defects, should abortions be allowed after 24 months. You should probably figure that out, and that you want the abortion within, 24 months is a long time.
Yeah, more than twice as long as it takes to have a baby.
Weeks. And was she a llama? Weeks.
Elephant children.
Yeah, sorry. Gestation takes 3 to 4 years. The calf will be born alive.
I checked multiple websites. It's just like, is Kyle's description of this on target? It is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Partial birth abortion is. I think anyone who's reasonable can agree that's pretty reprehensible if they're letting the baby be born, and the only difference between that baby being a baby that someone has and is a life, and not is a pair of scissors waiting for it. Like that's really fucked up.
24 weeks is pretty late. That's 6 months. So babies are on the edge of surviving at 6 months. Some make it, some don't.
And I feel like those people who want abortions, they're not waiting until that time where they're like, actually, now that I've gone through this whole transformation in my body, now kill it.
Now that I've wrapped up my second trimester, I've changed my mind.
I think I'm 70% of the way in. So I feel like most women who are going to have an abortion know pretty fucking quick. And, I don't think it's a good thing, like abortion. Like, I don't think it should be like praised or lauded or anything, but I don't think it's someone's place to say that you shouldn't be able to have an abortion if it's before a certain time period or something. Like it's necessary, but it shouldn't be lauded as some great thing, Like it should be lionized as like, the freedom to get an abortion. Like, it should be taken seriously and be like, this is an important process. Don't do that whole thing that they'll do where they're like, oh, you have to take fucking a week to think about it, because that's condescending and stupid. Like, at least respect the woman there enough to say, you know what you want to do, let's do it. But there's definitely
making them notify their parents. That's one of the laws that a lot of states will put into play. And then the other thing is and conservatives will use this. They will say, oh, we're the ones looking out for women's health issues. We only want abortions to occur in clinics with X, Y, and Z. And you're like, holy shit, X, Y, and Z cost like $15 million. And we've got it's like, it reminds me of like, there's an episode of King of the Hill where like Hank has to look after this veteran's cat, the soldier overseas cat. And when he takes it to the vet has this insurance scam where he's forcing it to be scanned by all of these expensive machines, and it's just bullshit. It's an insurance scam, and that an abortion is a very simple procedure that you get a doctor to do it, but you don't need like a surgical team. It's not like we're doing brain surgery. I mean, what we're doing, we're going in and taking a life. There's somebody's going to die at the end of the procedure, guaranteed. And that's the other thing. Like, I'm pro-abortion, but I think we're killing a human being in there. That's just what I think. Like I think that fetus is a person in there. I do. And
I feel like a lot of people, I know I'm like that too. It's like, all right, I'm pro-choice. Let's nail that down. But reluctantly, and it definitely, I think we can all admit, like, the moment the sperm touches the egg, it's not what most of us would consider a person yet, right?
Nope.
But that moment where it is considered a person is definitely, or maybe not as far along as abortion is currently allowed. 6 months out seems too far to me. Somewhere along the way,
the brain is developing, I believe, at around 24 weeks.
Well, it's developing long before that, isn't it? Or
there's something in there, but the complex brain is developing around that time. I think it's a lot. And
the heart's beating way earlier than that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And maybe the heartbeat is the start. I don't know. But even though I'm pro-choice, it's reluctantly so. I think we can all admit it's a sad situation to have happened, and you're choosing the lesser evil, whatever you think that is, right? It might be bringing a baby into a family that's not going to care for it very well, or it might be deciding not to have a baby at all. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, it's so complicated because, like, even only like the furthest, like, I guess some people will say like, oh, it's just a fetus, like it's not a baby until it gets its kindergarten degree or whatever the fuck it is. Like, there are people like that, but I don't think most pro-choice people are like that. I would like to believe that most pro-choice people are kind of like us, where it's like, yeah, this is a really serious issue. We don't need to lionize it and act like it's a good thing to have an abortion. But we can also say, if you do need it and you think that's what's best for you, and it's not halfway out of you with scissors in its head, then that's understandable. Like, it's not my place to tell you.
Yeah, you're talking about like a 24-month abortion. Now that's what you're talking when they got to get to kindergarten before it's okay to stop. That is a 24-month abortion.
The 60th trimester. Yeah.
I don't know. He just keeps shitting them diapers. He ain't weaned yet. Let's just do him in. Yeah, I'm done with this. To be frank, I've been over this since week 2.
Bring me the scissors. Yeah.
Come here, Jimmy. Yeah, crawl on over.
Yeah, it's arts and crafts time.
Oh, that's dark. That's sad. So I saw that Adult Swim uploaded a good version of that Rick and Morty parody of the. I just want to throw that out there. If anybody wants to see a better version, you don't have to see it like a cell phone video over somebody's shoulder anymore. It's just the screen. It's like it's animated, and I don't know if the animation's improved, but they uploaded another version of it. That thing's so fucking hilarious. I must have watched that 6 times this week. I've been showing it to everybody.
So how was your trip?
Oh, it was so good. I'm so glad I went. So I flew into Austin on Sunday afternoon and met up with my buddy Matt. Matt, I think I've said it a couple times, but really nice guy. He's got a master's degree in chemistry from Texas A&M, and he's a Southern guy with a really strong Southern accent, and those two don't usually go hand in hand. And then you start hearing him speak about chemistry, and he really is a real life, like Walter White level chemist. He's a bit of a genius with his just off the top of his head knowledge of chemicals and compounds and how they react with one another. And we just sit there in his laboratory, and he has like a legit laboratory, like something you'd see from a movie. And we made 3 different kinds of high explosives there in just a matter of minutes. And we made exploding 44 Magnum bullets in just a matter of minutes. And I'm sitting there jotting, making notes, because I got the same fucking license he's got. I'm like, this will come in handy. Now I know how to make exploding bullets. It's so fucking easy. Like I already ordered the parts. Can
you make explosives with things that I might not be allowed to do it, but like I'm always told, like, oh yeah, this is just fertilizer. Farmers buy it by the ton, and you mix the fertilizer with the other fertilizer, I guess, and suddenly you've got a bomb.
So with ammonia. So
that's
with
how
like,
Timothy McVeigh did it, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. So you can use ammonium nitrate, and there's a lot of things you can add to ammonium nitrate. Is that
fertilizer?
Yes.
Okay.
It's prilled ammonium nitrate. It's I think it's like 32.0. You know how fertilizers have the 3 numbers for the like nitrogen and whatever the
those science
are.
letters.
Well, anyway, they got the numbers in the. It'll be like 20, 20, 20 to indicate what percentage of each thing. But with ammonium nitrate, it's just all the ammonium. It's just all ammonium nitrate, and then the others are zeroed and blanked out. But anyway, yeah, you can buy that stuff anywhere, and it's perfectly legal as far as I know. Don't let me start saying that.
Don't get PKA legal advice, but as far as he knows, farmers buy it, you can buy it.
Well, what I was saying is, look up what's legal in your area, because I don't know where everyone lives, but where I'm at, I, as just a civilian, can go order a bag of fertilizer, go on Amazon and buy a bag of aluminum powder, blue aluminum powder, not black aluminum powder, and make my own binary explosives at home for my own personal use, perfectly legally, if I want to.
I didn't know it was legal. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Now,
Can
a lot
anyone do that, or just you because of your...
Anyone can do that here in Georgia. That's as far as I'm willing to branch out. But I want to say just about everywhere you can do that. So the other and that's for most binary explosive compounds. It seems he makes an explosive called matinite, which is a couple of chemical compounds that are powder that he puts in a plastic bag, and then he pours nitromethane racing fuel on top and sandwiches up like a sausage. And it's the same equivalency as TNT. It's pound for pound the same power as TNT. So although he doesn't sell it to civilians, it's perfectly civilian legal for a civilian to make it and purchase it, I think. But what I was there doing is learning not to kill myself when working with explosives. We learned 4 different kinds of detonators, whether you're going to light it with a fuse, or you're going to turn a detonator, or you're going to press a detonator, or you're going to use a non-linear charge where you use like this little tool that uses a shotgun primer to send a little burst of fire through a long hose. There's a lot of ways to detonate things, and that's what I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn like how to order explosives from various manufacturers, who's got the good shit, because some of these guys that have explosive licenses and are just, they only make like one kind of explosive just for blasting, and they only deal in like 1 million pounds at a time, and I need to know who I can call and get like a case of dynamite sent to my house. So I learned that, and I learned a lot of safety stuff, and I learned a lot of record-keeping stuff. And then we went out into the field, and we destroyed ordnance for 2 days, which is taking he receives them from the military, these 40-millimeter grenades, landmines, explosive rounds from artillery guns and howitzers and stuff. And he doesn't blow them up. He uses shape charges to cut holes through them to ensure that there's no high explosive in them. Because sometimes an actual high explosive round gets tumbled into the recycle bin, and he's the guy who's got to be there to safeguard and make sure that, once he signs off, he's signing off that all of this shit I'm sending away is safe, no bombs in there, anything like that. So that's what we did all day. We took these shells that may or may not be like, a 50-pound high explosive bomb. We put our explosive charge on top, prime it, get it all ready, run our wires and everything, get off to a safe distance, and then detonate it. And we did that for 2 days, like I said, in the hot-ass Texas heat. It was...
What percentage of the time is it a round that was live?
We found two. We found two that were live. We probably detonated a total like 15 things, and 2 of them were a lot. And these were things that looked suspicious to us. Like we dug through a bigger field of stuff, and we found the things that you could that we couldn't see the inside of them. They weren't cracked open. They didn't have a hole cut in them. Or maybe this particular kind of round is notorious for, is it or isn't it? And then one round in particular, we could look on the inside, and it looked like TNT explosive in there. He's like, you see that yellow? That's not a good sign. Let's check this out. And sure enough, when we set it off, it's a lot louder than it should be, because we're just putting a cap and a little bit of a small charge on top to like blow up this 40-millimeter grenade. And when I hit the detonator, instead of it going pow like a rifle shot, which is about what a detonator sounds like, it's whoom, and like dirt starts falling from the sky. And I was like, well, looks like we found a good one. He's like, yep, save somebody's life again. Then we go back to work.
How big is a 40-millimeter grenade? Is that like a handheld one?
So it's just like, it's the noob tube grenade from Call of Duty. It's the one you put in a grenade launcher. I think it uses like a 38 caliber blank in the back and that bursts a copper disc, and that propels this, I think it's like half a pound grenade really far. Like when I've shot them a lot, like the Thumper from Schwarzenegger had in Terminator 2. Like we were playing around with one of those, shooting just chalk practice rounds, because when you hit shit with them, they explode in the big orange cloud, and it's like, doom, and the thing fucking keeps going like 3 or 4 times as far as you think it would go. So yeah, those things are heavy and powerful, and just real cool. But we found a hot one, which was interesting. I'd never seen anything like that before. But it was a really, really educational experience, and that was the whole point. It was a demolition class. It was to make sure that I'm not gonna like blow my fucking fingers off or hurt myself in any way, because my fear was, I don't know much about the detonation part. I don't know what kind of cap you use with this explosive versus that explosive. And we learned a lot about that. Everything from caps versus boosters, how to place the cap into different kinds of high explosive. We worked with C4, which was really cool. He's getting these explosives out for the day. He's like, yep, here's a pound of C4. And he like hands me this big ball of C4 the size of a softball. And I'm like, all right, I'm holding this. He's like, here, take these shape charges. And I'm holding all these shape charges. And he's like, all right, now take this explosive tape. And it looks like on the inside of a car door, if you pull it down, that rubbery gasket stuff that's bendy, it's like that, except on the inside is high explosive. So you just wrap this stuff around whatever you want. It sticks to it, and it's a shape charge, so it cuts whatever it's on, and it's very powerful. He had sheet explosive, which is about as thick as like, I don't know, like half those yellow Post-its. I don't know. It's pretty thin sheet that's sticky on one side, but it's high explosive again. So you can just put that sheet on anything and blow it the fuck up. He takes women's panties, puts them on a steel plate, and then puts a layer of thin sheet explosive on top. And when he detonates it, it explodes the pattern of the panties onto the steel, and he makes artwork with that. Like that's his other thing. Like this guy works constantly. So when he's not scrap yarding, doing demo work, or like traveling around doing TV shows, he's been on a couple of Discovery shows, and he was on CNN the other day demonstrating how that C4 killed that guy in Dallas. When he's not doing stuff like that, he's making wind chimes out of F-16 ammo and making these little like goblin men out of propane tanks and like artillery rounds and stuff. Yeah. It looks like a little man, but you put a fire inside the propane tank and like his eyes glow and everything. It's like a jack-o'-lantern, like made for war, but it's made out of a propane tank with lots of, he doesn't use a plasma cutter. He just explodes the cuts into it.
Was this one class, or do you have to go back again?
Yeah, we're done. Yeah. I told him what I wanted to learn going in, and he did all of that, basically. Like my concerns were, like I said, killing myself. I don't want to, because one of my fears was, man, when I set those charges up, what is there a cell phone? Is there possibly a cell phone could interfere? And I just, I'm downrange and I explode because Eric's phone rings, and he's like, yeah, that is a thing. Turn your cell phones off if you're going to use this transmitter and this receiver detonator system. And I'm like, well, I just won't fucking use that. He's like, well, don't, it's useful sometimes. So he shows me, the correct way to use it, and but still, I think initially the first thing I'm ordering, should be able to order tomorrow. He should have me my contact details. He wanted to get me like a direct contact so I could get in with these people, but I'm getting the old school cowboy dynamite like you saw in cartoons, like Looney Tunes had, like Clint Eastwood had.
That's
it's
awesome.
A red stick. I think it's a ½ pound each, and with a fuse coming out the end. So you light it and throw it or do whatever you want. And I'm thinking a whole video just about dynamite. I'm gonna buy a case or two of dynamite, and I'm thinking at first, just say like, see that out there? That's dynamite, and then it goes off, and you see what it does to something, and then kind of progress up. Now here's a bundle of dynamite. Let's see what it does, and you do that, and then you start throwing them.
Can you make a really long fuse, like one that's like 15
as long
feet,
as you want.
30
Oh,
feet?
that'd be cool.
Not only could I do that, I could set it off in in many different ways, however I want. It could be a button. It could be lit however I want.
I picture the opening scene with like you talking, explaining what you're going to be doing today, and the fuse, is that a fuse going behind
it's
him?
like burning.
Like not a real fast fuse. We've seen fuses so fast, like det cord, that you can't even.
Instant.
If people haven't seen
27,000 feet per second, I think.
Yeah, like I saw det cord go. I'm going to say it was like 200 yards. And you can't see it go. It's like electricity or something. Like
it's that fast?
I think it's 27,000 feet per second.
It's not actually as fast as electricity, but it's effectively instant.
Electricity is 186,000 miles per second, not accounting for the resistance of the wires running through.
Yeah. Well, it's probably not as fast as electricity.
Right. But I'm just saying, it in person, I can't. They're both right away.
You can barely
fast enough.
Yeah.
Over a long, you can see in Richard Ryan's videos, he slows it way down, and you can see it moving around and stuff, but very fast stuff.
But if you were to do your intro with the fuse going and then boom and time it right, that'd be pretty neat.
I also thought it'd be funny to get those Looney Tunes detonators.
The hydraulic press guy, if he had his FFL, he'd just be blowing up like gummy bears and pillows and a bunch of stupid nonsense that nobody cared about. Today we are going to blow up a couch cushion with a quarter pound of dynamite, and it's like, God damn it, dude, this is so boring. It's just, that's what he would do.
Yeah.
Because he's got this awesome hydraulic press. He's like, watch me crush custard.
I'm gonna crush a CD. It's already flat, asshole. Like we don't need to.
So I didn't get to the best. I didn't get to the best part, and I can't promise that everything I just said. I can guarantee I'm gonna do, because like we're ordering the fucking dynamite tomorrow, and nothing I just said sounds dangerous. Nobody's gonna stop me from doing any of that shit. But what I really want to do, and before I do it, I'm gonna have to Matt already said it was cool that it's safe and that he didn't think I was an idiot for doing it. Kitty's pretty on the edge about it, and I'm gonna talk to Richard Ryan, see what he thinks, and I may call my guy at the ATF and ask him. But I want to use one of those rubber water balloon launchers that you pull way back and launch water balloons like 100 yards, and I want to shoot sticks of dynamite out of that motherfucker. I want to stretch that dynamite back, aim at a car, boom, fucking blow the car, and if it misses, just readjust, and you can aim for.
Have you ever seen the clip online of the lady doing the same thing with a watermelon? And she pulls it back really hard, and then she lets go, and wouldn't you believe it, the watermelon comes right back and concusses her. Is that a concern that you'll literally die?
So let me tell you what my thoughts are on that, and it's a good point. First of all,
Woody agrees.
Yeah. So first of all, I feel like this water balloon, the tubing that supports it needs to be going in 4 directions to make sure we got a centralized firing point. And how the dynamite goes into the cup, as it were, is important. It doesn't need to be any bullshit where it could grab it and it goes back and just throws it back at me. Also, the fuse on this dynamite is going to be quite long. These aren't going to be landing and then blowing up. We're going to have to edit a little bit. I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to pretend like I shoot it, and then go out there and place some dynamite, and then back up and start again and be like, let's see what it does. Like, I'm not going to shoot road flares and pretend it's dynamite. I'm going to shoot dynamite through the rubber the launcher, but that's just going to have like a 30-second fuse on it or something like that, so that if something happens, we just pick it up and throw it.
I think what goes wrong is the pouch flips upside down, so they pull
That's why I want it going from 4 different directions. So if you can imagine,
but that hers did too.
She had 4, like a cross going
if
everywhere.
I remember right, they're 2 posts.
Because then it can't turn. Yeah, 2 posts, but I'm talking about 4.
Right.
I'm talking about.
Let me finish my thought. So there's 2 posts, and then there's elastic mounted at the top of each of them and the bottom of each of them.
So that's no good.
That seems like 4, right?
It's not an X though. Yeah. It's not this. It's like that. We want this. We don't want it to be able to turn or twist at all.
It's a square, right? There's 2 coming here and there's 2 coming there.
Yeah, but they're coming from the corners down to the center, and instead they should be coming from the sides to the center.
You think that makes it less likely to flip over? I think it makes it more likely.
Yeah, I don't think it can flip over.
I think it makes it easier to flip over.
Well, there's going to be a good bit of trial and error.
Yeah,
We're not going to start with dynamite.
Shoot a few water balloons before you.
I have an idea that's also neat and perhaps safer. You could have somebody else use the same setup, right? Like a big sling. Hear me out. And shoot a binary compound, and then you shoot it out of the air like skeet.
I also have. I'm with you there too. I have that one in the back. The problem with that is this.
I know it.
It could explode when we launch it because of the sensitivity of 22 sensitive binary compounds. Like if it's sensitive enough that a shotgun pellet is going to set it off, what's going to happen if when I let it go, it hits the cross ties in front of me, or it hits one of the supports, or it does that double back.
I was going the other way.
Just acceleration of being released.
To me, the thing is, you can't use a shotgun, right? You use something that a shotgun wouldn't work on, like a tannerite, for example, right? You'd have to hit it with like a 223.
See, the problem then is I'm firing a 223 into the air, which is very dangerous.
That's a faux pas.
Your victim will be very far away. They won't.
Exactly. Like,
aim towards the sea. You know?
And if we had that, that would be good. Like, and there are places where we could go where that might be that's a legitimate idea. That's a good idea. I would really like it, and it would be much easier to hit for me at least if it were being thrown straight up. Like those targets are easy for me because you're just working in one dimension, up and down. It's do you shoot under the target or over the target, as it's flying through the air. Whereas if it's going left to right, it could be rising, falling, flying toward you, flailing away from you, and it's going left to right. You're working in 3 dimensions when you're trying to hit a left to right target.
You need to make sure that your bullet lands in a bad part of town. They'll never trace it back to you.
I could go out to the desert and do that. There are places where you can go where 30, 40, 50 miles that way, there's nothing but desert, and they would be safe then. But then you got to do a disclaimer because of the gun Nazis, no, and I don't blame them. I don't.
I yelled for. What do you want?
That doesn't work. Well, I yelled it loud. What do you want? It's like that was all I had. That's as loud as I can yell. I fired it. I mean, they didn't hear the gunshots coming. No, they're going faster than the speed of sound. You asshole. So yeah, that's a concern. I would go somewhere where that were safe. We're going to do that, but it's a little scary, shooting into the air. I don't like doing that, especially with a rifle. But yeah, I love the idea of. I'm coming up with lots of ideas to do with these explosives. I think I know putting high explosive inside of a barrel of water is incredibly interesting to watch because of the hydrodynamics involved, the way that water is conducted by the explosion, the way it's moved, and the force it has. You can create a water jet with a little explosive, some water, and a pipe that will cut right through steel. You put your explosive here, your water in the pipe on the other end. The explosive will force that water with so much pressure, so much force and speed that it'll cut through steel like it's not even there. And I started thinking, let's forget about water. Let's just look at liquids. Mercury is a liquid. What happens when you use a liquid metal as the liquid thing that's being projected by an explosive? So I'm looking at lots of things like that and trying to come up with things that haven't really been done before, but won't kill me.
That'd be really cool. But no, you probably couldn't do it with mercury though, because there's got to be some sort of environment thing where you can't just fire gallons of mercury around You
You'd
know,
be surprised.
goddamn hippies. You know?
The blasting caps are used like lead azide or something like that. That shit's incredibly carcinogenic and toxic. Like most of the explosives industry seems to have to kind of get away with that a lot, because like every time we're setting something off, he's like, "Don't breathe that. Don't breathe that." He's like, let's let this clear out before we go in there. He's like, "That's lead. You see that cloud of smoke? That ain't smoke. That's lead." So you know, we'll see where things go. But I've got so many fun ideas. I want to launch things. I want to dig holes in the ground, lower the explosives to the bottom of the hole, and then fill the hole up with a liquid. What if we fill it up with Jello? You know, won't it just eject all that Jello straight up in the air like a Jello fountain?
How about milk? Maybe the extreme heat will cause it to super curdle. Yeah, and you get cheese. Yeah. It probably wouldn't work like that, but
I'm psyched for the cooler weather, which ties into you making videos in my head.
So big, yeah. Every time I go out, like today, I put a mailbox up. I'm using fence post diggers, and if any of it, you guys have probably both used them. It's a real workout to use those. It's very hard work, even if you're just digging one hole. You know, if you're digging it for yourself and you want it to be the right depth and the right size and everything, you're doing a good job. And it's laborious. It's laborious. It's rough, and I was just sweating balls. I don't know. The people that don't watch PKN, you really should check out Patreon. You get to watch PKN, and you can see how fucking emaciated I look yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, you can tell you drank some water between then and now, because you look like normal Kyle now. Yesterday, you really did look like, we were in month 7 of your HIV diagnosis, and we were all waiting for the inevitable.
In the 80s.
Yeah. Like my immune system had already failed. It was shot. Soon the sores would start. I looked pretty rough because I just sweated out all the liquid in me. The first day, I'm really polite when I'm in other people's company. Like, I'll just take whatever you give me. I won't complain a bit. Like, and I'm drinking. I don't drink water. I just don't. Not normally. I certainly don't drink tap water. But he pours us some glasses of water, and I'm just like, I'm drinking them fucking down. I'm not gonna say a fucking word. But I only drank those 2 glasses of water all day. We were out there all day, and I'm just dripping sweat the whole time. And when I say dripping, and like I'm from Georgia, I've worked outside before. I'm used to seeing puddles of sweat on my arm. But I'm used to also taking like a sleeve or a collar or like another shirt or something, wiping it dry, and then it just stays dry then. Like maybe after another 30 minutes of hard work, it'll be puddled again. But no, in Texas, it would puddle up and I'd wipe it off. And it was like when if you try to dry off you ever been without a towel coming out of the shower and you try to just like flick it all off you and shake like a dog a little bit. To no avail. Yeah. It was like that. It just kept popping up off me, and I was flicking my arm like that, and I could see it spraying off of me. It was so humid, 100 degrees. But yeah, it was a very good trip. I felt like I learned a lot, not just about keeping myself safe and running the business appropriately and correctly, but some theatrical stuff that'll really come in handy with what I do. He taught me how to make explosive bullets, and up until now, I've had such a hard time getting those. When you see me with explosive bullets, shooting them fully automatically like they're candy, those are all that I have, and they cost me $3, $4, $5 a piece, or I had to work some weird deal to get them handmade. Those things are rare, unique, and expensive, and I'm usually getting a special version of them made just for me that the public doesn't even get. But fuck all of those ammunition makers now. I'll make my own if I want. I'm gonna make my own. I might make my own and sell it. Because the ingredients are easy. It takes a drill, some super glue, and 2 chemicals that you order off the internet that are perfectly legal to put on my shelf in large quantities. So I'm really looking forward to starting to tinker. I mean, the wheels are already turning. I started today with moving stuff around and getting that dynamite.
I'll buy some of your munitions.
Certainly, sir. I don't think they're legal there, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is great. So do you guys know what happened with the governor of Missouri cutting the funding for the public defender's office?
Oh, I heard about this.
All right, so let me lay this out there.
Okay.
The governor of Missouri cut the funding for the public defender's department office, whatever. Now, these are the people who, when you're too poor to get yourself a lawyer,
I know
that's what a public defender steps in, and he's a free lawyer for you provided by the state. So the governor cuts their funding, I think by 8.5%. It amounted to like $1.7 million. Those are loose facts. But what's important is what happened next. The guy who is in charge of the public defender's department, smart guy. he knew this little-known statute, this little-known Missouri state law that says that he, as the leader, the president, whatever his exact position is, of the public defender's office, can assign any lawyer, any lawyer in the state of Missouri to be a public defender in any case he wants. So he writes the governor. And he says, you took this money away. We needed this money. Blah blah blah. We needed it here. We needed it there. These are our costs. This is what you've done to us. And at the bottom, it's like, so I would just like to inform you that according to statute 600.24R of the Missouri State, Constitution, I hereby notify you that you need to,
that you need to show up and represent this guy.
To defend this guy in this court because the governor is a fucking lawyer. He's like, and he names him by name. I can't call it, J. Smith.
J. Nixon.
And then he gave his bar number, bar number 60026R. I hereby notify you that on September 17th, you will appear in court to defend attached case. And then at the bottom, he CC'd in the whole attached case, the presiding judge, all that shit. Professional revenge. And it was on the Pro Revenge subreddit. I'm just coining that or anything. Professional revenge, literally. So good. And he has to show, I think. I think he has to show. And
I wonder how it plays out.
Oh, I can't wait to see. This is all fresh stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really likes our politicians here too much. Everybody's had a sour taste ever since the illegitimate rape guy, Todd Aiken. Remember that from a couple of years ago when he's like, well, if it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways of shutting that down.
Oh,
and
that
it's like, wow, that's really interesting.
Is he the one that was
that,
telling
should we
women to
engage
urinate
in
on
bloodletting
themselves?
and rituals? What was that?
I think he was recommending that women urinate or defecate on themselves in case of rape. It's like, all right, well, keep a load on deck at all times, ladies. Nothing sexier than that. Although I gotta say, that would really turn me off. If I'm a would-be rapist and she immediately shits herself, I'm out of there.
I'd rather Melissa have a gun than have to immediately go to the other side of the fence, which is I'm gonna blow a whistle to notify surrounding area rapists that I'm here, and then I'm going to shit myself. No, that's dehumanizing. People feel like, oh, you're gonna rape me. Oh, not anymore, motherfucker.
Well, this is like I'm going out for the night with the girls. You're like, oh, you got your X-Lax? Yeah, right here. All right, good. Have a good time. Be safe.
Taylor, can you stop making nothing but plum pudding for Friday night? These taste weird.
Let me sneak this ad in here. I think I got. Oh shit, that's right. Because I got disconnected, my ads fell away. I'll pull it right up.
Pull it right up.
All right.
LootCrate. This episode is brought to you by LootCrate. LootCrate is a monthly subscription box service for the epic geek and gamer items and pop culture gear. For less than $20 a month, you get 4 to 8 items that include licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, unique one-of-a-kind items, and more. Make sure to head on over to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code PAINKILLER to save $3 on any new subscription with LootCrate. LootCrate is more than just a subscription service, however. It's an entire community of fans that share their experiences and interact with each other around the unboxing of each month's crate. And they guarantee $40 plus in value in every crate. Sometimes it's a lot more. Every month there is a different theme, and all the items are curated around that theme. Previous crates have included items from franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, The Walking Dead, The Legend of Zelda, and many more. From bad guys doing good things for the wrong reasons to good guys with questionable tactics, August is the perfect time to explore the anti-hero. Walk the hero-villain line with this 100% exclusive collection of items from DC Comics, Archer, Dark Horse, Kill Bill, and Kill Bill that include 2 great collectibles, a wearable, and of course their monthly tee. And don't forget the pen. Remember, you only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific to subscribe and receive that month's crate. And when the cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/painkiller and offer code PAINKILLER to save $3 or more. To save $3 on your new subscription today. I look up in this little box and I see Taylor going to town over there.
Over, bitches.
Dude, the last thing that fucking Loot Crate wants are all of you lazy people showing up on the next day. Oh, I missed the deal. It's too fucking bad. Loot Crate doesn't care. You need to do it now. Now. These offers don't show up every month. You idiot. Check it out.
Expires the 19th.
19th. Get it.
I've always liked the anti-hero. That's a cool thing for them to kind of put their premise around because I think Any of us who didn't grow up in the 50s are a little tired of the goody two-shoes version of Superman. I liked when Superman cracked that guy's Zod's neck when he broke his neck in the movie, and all these like Superman purists were like, "Oh, woe is me." I was like, no, I would like a little bit.
Why did they say woe is me? I don't get.
Superman doesn't kill.
Oh, of course he doesn't
kill people. Superman's always gonna like put you in some kind of galactic prison because was it Superman who said it? He says something like, when you kill a killer, the world doesn't lose a killer, it just gains one more. He said something like that, and it's like, yeah, but isn't General Zod like an alien like general who's coming to destroy the whole planet? Didn't he like destroy half a city? Like,
also,
Kyle, it seems like that would only be true the first time you kill a killer, right?
Yeah,
if I kill lots of killers, then suddenly there's a net gain here.
Yeah, if Superman only killed one guy, yeah, okay, fair enough. But he's got laser eyes. He could fucking take out the whole prison system at a glance. So I like a dirtier Superman. I would like, and this is what DC should have done, and DC's really shit in the bed, I think, versus Marvel. And I hope it continues because I like seeing major, huge corporations, billion-dollar titans of industry just do something stupid that us and the general public kind of see why it's going poorly. But I would love to see if they did an alternate universe Superman, not Bizarro Superman. I don't want that. I didn't like those comics. I don't like the idea of Bizarro Superman. And the whole thing is that you've still got original Jor-El fighting Bizarro Superman. Like, I don't want any of that. I want alternate universe Superman like they did with Star Trek, where he's just a little darker. He doesn't go to the Kents. He goes to the Carls or something like that. And they're kind of shitty. Maybe he grows up in Russia. I think maybe there's I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet that there is a like graphic novel series, and if there's not, there should be, where instead of landing in Kansas, he lands in Siberia, and he grows up in Soviet Russia as like the Red Titan or something like that. That's the superhero comic I want to read. I want to read about the Soviet Superman.
How about the slums of Rio de Janeiro, right? Like, I don't know.
He'd leave and find a better place. Away!
You can say that about Siberia. Just looking for a place that raises a hard
Kansas
man.
wasn't a very nice place, but at least in the slums of Rio de Janeiro, he doesn't get beaten, stabbed, raped, robbed, and Zika virus. You see the U.S. basketball team is staying on the boat?
Yeah. I can't believe I'm bringing this up, but are you guys still playing Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, go ahead, Kyle.
Because on Reddit, they're acting like it's over, it's dead. They're making fun of people still playing.
Well, Reddit's not one for measured conversation.
That's true.
So I still play, not as much as I did. I'm waiting on the PvP, and I think Taylor is too. I know he said that. I'm waiting on the game to grow some and to be doctored up a little bit. It's not a bad game. There's a lot of potential there. But I've kind of gotten through the initial part of the game that's I'm done with that, and now I'm ready for level 2. I feel like I've mastered single player in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Now it's time for multiplayer. It's just not out yet.
I'm on the same page. Like, I got to level 25, and I haven't played much in like the last, or really all week, just because like I really realized like, man, most of this, like if this were any intellectual property other than Pokemon, I would not have put up with this nonsense. I would not have put up with this horse shit. Like, it's just the nostalgia of that was my favorite thing growing up that's letting me deal with it. So I was like, fuck this. I'm going to play some Pokemon Red or Blue. And I was going to do that. And I was like, well, there's like huge amounts of Pokemon that I've never even played because I stopped playing the games. Like, what was Silver and Gold came out in like 1999, and huge amount.
Well,
he makes a good point.
Huge amounts. I agree. I think Pokemon Indigo was the real showstopper, though. I'd like to go back to that. That rule set, the way those cards played, it just felt natural to me. I really wish they'd go back to that. No, but yeah, I haven't been playing as much, but I certainly played when I traveled because I was at the airport, and an airport is a playground. I sent you that picture, and it's just like Pokestop after Pokestop. So I'd walk the length of the terminal and come back, and I'd get a bunch of eggs. And then, of course, in an airport, you're always on escalators and trains and such, so just hatching eggs nonstop. So it was fun for the travel trip. I liked that a lot. It worked well into the travel, and it helped me kill time at the airport. But I'm not playing as much as I used to. I'm not going out on adventures to get Pokemon because I've got so many. I've kind of caught all the ones I want. Now I need something to do with them. That's what it's about. Now it's like, all right, I got them. I got my red dot. I got my silencer for my MP5. I got my dead silence and my juggernaut. Now we're the bad guys. Like, that's what I'm waiting on now. It's not that I've lost interest in the game. It's just that I want the game to expand now and
I wonder
do something.
how much you guys would have played the game if you were in my position and were never into Pokemon earlier. Like
I wasn't either.
Oh, you weren't? Yeah, because
No, I was cheesing about that Pokemon Indigo stuff. I don't know anything about that shit.
I don't know how old I was when Pokemon was big. It was probably 20s or 30s.
Yeah,
definitely
20s.
not the right demo. And
I would say you were like 23, probably. You know, you were right in the middle of school.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Working hard and stuff.
Every waking minute. And
Yeah. And I was in middle school, and to be honest, the kids that play Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh or shit, like I didn't want to. That's not gonna raise my social barometer at all by getting in that corner over there with those kids with the cards. That's how I looked at that, and that's how most people looked at that. I think that was just our age group. Like I think if we were 3 or 4 years younger, or maybe even 3 or 4 years older, it'd been cooler for whatever reason. But it just didn't seem like the end thing when it was a thing, and I was in middle school.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try and fix your camera. Sorry
Yeah.
about
Oh,
this.
one of the drawbacks that I've got is this, and it's not unforeseen, but I can't store blasting caps and boosters. You know, the things that are on the other end of the wire that initiate explosions. I can't store those with high explosive. That makes sense, of course.
Right.
So I got to get another magazine. I'm gonna get another. You're right.
But how much is another magazine?
Like
thousands.
$5,000. Yeah, like $5 more grand. So for the time being, I think what I'm going to do is, like, first I'm getting that dynamite. Right, that doesn't need a detonator. You just light it with a fuse. So I'll get that case of dynamite. I'll make a video with that dynamite, use it all up, get it all gone, and then I'll order detonators. And you know, now there will just be detonators in the magazine. No more dynamite. I used it all. And so now there's detonators in the magazine, and I'll use binary matinite, which is the equivalent of TNT in power, but I can store right here in my little room right here on the shelf, because it's different components that are mixed. Only when they're mixed together do they become an explosive. So I can store them here, take them to my job site, mix them up together. Now I have high explosive. Stick my detonator in that was all the while kept safe and logged in my magazine, and rig up timed explosions.
Is there... I'm guessing one of these things is much smaller, right? Like for I'm making things up, but let's say that you wanted to store your explosives. Maybe you need like half a Connex box, but you want to store your blasting caps. Maybe something the size of a coffin or gun safe would do the trick. Do you need another $5,000 magazine?
Unfortunately, the $5,000 one was the little one. I've got my magazine is a square square yard or cubic yard. It's 3 feet deep, 3 feet high, 3 feet wide on the inside diameters. You know, on the outside, it's the walls are very thick. There's 3 inches of hardwood, and then there's 5/8 of an inch of hardened armored steel, and you know that takes up some room. But on the inside diameters, it's a cubic yard. I'm gonna need another one of those most likely.
Can you make a magazine?
You can. Cost just about the same as buying one, but you end up with a much bigger magazine. See, I could build a very large magazine for the same cost as a cubic yard one. The difference is this. Armag makes those. That company that we both have looked at on the internet. I went up to their place and looked at what they did. They're known very well in the industry for being the best at what they do. When the ATF inspectors came out and they looked at my Armag magazine, they went, "Oh, you got the Armag. Well, our work here is just about done. Let's just go over some paperwork." Because the dimensions and the specifications of an Armag are a known quantity. You know that they meet or exceed ATF recommendations just by definition. It's what they do. So there's something to be said about dropping $5,000 and in 5 days having your thing versus buying $5,000 worth of supplies and having them delivered on different days and getting a crew of men to come work and convert a Connex box into a ATF specification magazine. So what I'm just going to do is just, you know, for the time being, either have explosives in there or detonators. And that'll mean that if I want to do C4, I'll have to get Richard to come and like bring some caps or something. But he's just up in Tennessee. That's not a big deal. And I'd like to have him here for C4. But I'll get one eventually. I'll get one probably within the year. But for the time being, I can do all that fuse lit stuff. and I can make my own high explosives that are also fuse sensitive. And there's lots of stuff that's shock sensitive that I can just shoot. So I'm going to be able to do a big variety of stuff anyway. I'll just switch out whether it's the explosives in the mag or the detonators in the mag. It's really fun to learn that stuff. Like it felt just like it was like I mean, I'm taking notes the whole time. He's writing on a marker board, and I'm writing these rules down and fucking making tables and stuff and trying to memorize. And I really loved every minute of it. I especially enjoyed the chemistry. I'm very ignorant when it comes to chemistry, but I know the basics, and so watching him is just so nice, so fun. It's like, when Walter White would kind of start talking about chemistry and you'd become engrossed in his passion for it, and it made you almost feel the same way. That's how it is with this guy, but he's putting it to practical use. He's like, this right here is urea. And he pours the urea in the container. He's like, this is 22% ammonia. Now, you can't buy this at the store. I made my own. And when you pour it in there, you start getting these dark indigo purple crystals. And I sent you a picture, and it was blue, but as he added more ammonia and let the reaction take place, it turned darker and darker purple. And we were filtering it through a coffee filter. So when we pull the coffee filter out, it's just full of these high explosive crystals, just a whole handful of them. And we made it in just a minute. And we made 3 different kinds of high explosive like that. Just adding one chemical to the other.
I wonder if he can do Breaking Bad like ninja shit. Like,
yes, I asked him. I said
the RV won't start. Yeah, sure. Well, fuck, we got like a spare tire around here, some bubble gum and cellophane. I can make a battery. Yeah,
absolutely. I would believe they could do that. Like I asked, I said, Walter White, he's never seen Breaking Bad, but he watched the first episode, and he's got like a general knowledge because people come to him a lot and mention it. I asked him if he could make meth. First of all, he's like, you've seen the people that make that stuff. Of course I can make meth. and then I was like, what do you know about mercury fulminate, or fulminated mercury as some people call it? Because that's what Walter White used in the episode, like a bag full of ice or some bag full of something, bag full of money maybe, where he takes that crystal and throws it behind Tuco's head and blows the windows out. That's fulminated mercury. You take mercury and you dissolve it into nitric acid, and then you add ethanol. There you go, you're done. You get these big, pretty crystals if you do it right. And I was like, how hard is that stuff to make? How sensitive is it? Would it blow that window out? He's like, if you had it in a big enough chunk, yeah, it probably would. And I was just like, yeah. It's like, yeah, because we had basically just done that.
Add that to the syllabus.
We did. One of the other explosives that we just had made was the exact same process, except without the ethanol being poured in. We just had dissolved copper sulfate, I think. Maybe not sulfate. Maybe it was sulfide. I'm not a chemist here. He dissolved copper sulfate, I believe, into nitric acid, and that's how we made one of our other explosives. It was a lot of fun. We did everything from, like I said, make explosives from scratch in a laboratory with in this like controlled environment and everything. We made explosive bullets by hand, and then but the explosives training was really what I was there for, learning to set detonators safely, and because there's a protocol to do things the right way. And he mentioned to me something that really sparked my interest. He said that I could go to Texas A&M, and they have a 4-week class. It costs $10,000, and I would get certified to do UXO work, which, if I'm not mistaken, is overseas bomb disposal for like the government. And he talked about how well these jobs paid. And immediately I was like, could I go and film these jobs? Could I bring the camera crew along with me? Because you're going and like detonating 2,000-pound bombs in like the jungle and shit. And he's talking about how well these companies treat you. He's like, your per diem is like $200 a day, and your hourly rate is this. He's like, you're clearing $750 a day. You'll work for 4 weeks. He's like, it's hard work and it's hot, but you're blowing shit up all day. He's like, and then you get 2 weeks off. And they'll send you home. They'll fly you home for free and fly you back for free, and they'll pay you the whole time you're gone. He's like, but what I had my wife with me, so I just have him send me somewhere else on the globe. I just make that a 2-week vacation to somewhere else on the world. And I went to this beach and that beach and went spearfishing here and surfing there, and it was just like, wow, that sounds cool. So, not saying I will, but I'm strongly considering this class. And I asked him, I was like, how difficult is this class? Am I embarking on some college level stuff here that's going to be over my head? I was like, how hard is it? He's like, oh, they start off with decimals. You learn decimal points first. So, okay, a kilometer is 1,000 meters. So what is 500 meters? 0.5 K. He literally explained. He's like, now that's not. I want to disparage anybody who does that for a living. There's tons of technical learning that would be, practical learning. The things like what I learned, but 4 weeks of it. So that kind of sparked my interest, the idea of doing that, especially if I could film it, if I could work that into YouTube videos, if I could go to Guam for a week and blow up, lots of old military ordnance from World War II or something and film it and get that free footage and all those free explosives and stuff and get paid. That sounded like that really sparked my interest. I'm not saying I'm going to go through with it, but I'm definitely looking into it.
Sounds neat.
Yeah, and it's a nice little qualification to have. There's so many little things, little clubs and cliques that I have to join. Like I'm the member of some sort of the Explosive Engineers of America or something now. It's $100. I get in a magazine and they give me a bumper sticker. Yeah, whatever it is. There's 2 or 3 things.
Do you mind if because I was talking about Pokemon and I didn't want to. It wasn't related to Pokemon Go. I wanted to bring it back up real quick because I think I got cut off when I got disconnected.
Yeah, we were just messing around while you're gone.
So Pokemon Go I completely lost interest in for now until they add PvP because I just feel like I'm grinding for no reward. But I bought a Game Boy SP2 2DS. A Game Boy 2DS. It doesn't fold over. It looks kind of like a play school toy and feels like it too. It's got
How much
2
is it?
screens.
$20?
No, it was $90 maybe, and it was $140 for the 3DS. But I didn't want to play the game in 3D anyway. That seemed stupid. But this Pokemon game, I thought because the Pokemon are a little bit dumber. There's one that evolves into basically a washing machine that's water type, and you can have one that evolves into a lawnmower, which is grass type. It doesn't make any it's so much more far-fetched than it was.
Tell me more about this lawnmower Pokemon.
I know.
Finally captured.
now Woody's in this conclave with us. But
they call it the
Woody.
Woody.
It is so much more fun than Pokemon Go. It's not even funny. You have to actually like Pokemon to play it, and I'm really enjoying it. And the thing they did that's also good is in the first games, Red and Blue, if you they'd have super dope Pokemon like an Aerodactyl, which is a giant flying rock pterodactyl looking Pokemon, and you'd always want to use it when you were playing, but the problem was it's well fuck, I can't catch this Pokemon until I've done everything in the game, and by that point it's what's the point? I can't even use it for anything. In this game, you're getting cool, awesome, fun to use Pokemon early in the game, and so you can use them your whole way training up, which is great. So I'm sure people out there know way more about it than me, and I'm not playing it that well, but there's one that looks like a T-Rex, and I'm a huge fan. So that's about that. Anyway.
Well, that sounds fun. I haven't had a handheld game since the original Game Boy, because to me as a kid, I didn't understand portability. I didn't care about, because if I'm going out somewhere, I want to do that thing. I never cared about bringing the video games with me. Really, I always wanted a station that I could sit back, relax with my food and my snacks and my video games and stuff. So handheld stuff never really appealed to me.
It was fun to battle with your friends. That was the point though. You'd bring it to school and then you'd battle over recess until the teachers would come over and be like, "You're not allowed to do that," or even crazier, those Pokemon evolve. It's a satanic message. And
right.
I heard that quite a few times. My mom, when I was little, used to be and she's not like this anymore, but she was way hardcore Christian, and she'd be like, "You can play Pokemon, but you can't raise any psychic type Pokemon." And I'd be like, "Yeah, right, Mom, you're gonna check out my lineup?" But I'd just be like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." But that was just looking back, as a kid at the time, I'm like, well, them's the rules, kid. You just gotta listen to your parents, kind of. But I didn't. But looking back, it's god damn, that was fucking stupid. That is stone cold stupid.
Yeah, especially, but
satanic.
I really don't like that side of Christianity, that when the part that is afraid of witchcraft and wizardry, and childhood fun things Halloween.
When you say wizardry, it hammers down how ridiculous it is.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it? These people they're anti Harry Potter, and it's man, I'm a little too old to have read all the fucking Harry Potter books and to watched all the movies, but I did, and I loved every fucking second of it. I took 2 or 3 different dates to those Harry Potter movies.
You read all the books too?
Oh yeah. I consumed them.
My wife's there. She's read them all and watched it all.
Eating. you can see what my brain just did. Reading a Harry Potter book is like consuming something that's delicious, and the more you eat, the more you want to eat it. You just don't get full of it. It's like it's just so good because it's easy reading. It's a child's book, so you're really going through it fucking fast, and you care about the characters. But J.K. Rowling does this thing a little bit like shithead that writes Game of Thrones, in that she describes all the food really well, and Harry Potter food is really nice food because it's magic food for children, right? So of course, think about that. Everything's succulent and sweet, and just the idea of butterbeer, this caramelly, buttery, alcoholic beverage that these children are consuming. It sounds so good. All the meats that they're eating when they have their feast, they have these big banquet feasts constantly in Harry Potter, and even just the meals they're having, it's always puddings and pies and chicken this, and everything's always delicious. So her writing style is very good. It's very descriptive. You know what the room looks like. You know what everybody looks. We've said all these things about the Game of Thrones author whose name's escaping me right now.
G.R.R. Martin.
G.R.R. Martin. Yeah. So I love the Harry Potter series. I really consumed all of that. I should probably read it again. I own all the books.
Was it one of those series where, like, when you get towards the end, you start to get stressed out because you're like, oh, it's ending? Oh, shit, I've only got 300 more pages. I can make it last. I
definitely cried in the movie. I definitely cried when, I won't say which character, but in the second-to-last movie, a really cool, nice, cute character bites it to save someone's life. He gives his life to save another, and it is sad. It's like a puppy getting ran over or something.
Cecil Diggersby. Or whatever the hell that guy's name was.
Fucking Dobby is his name. And Dobby is just the most selfless. I was
thinking it was Dobby.
Dobby is the most selfless character in the whole story. Every step of the way, he's sacrificing not just his time, but his life. He's like, Dobby's here for you, sir. Whatever you need. He's a house elf, and Harry Potter's giving him his freedom with the clothes, and freed him from slavery, and so he gives his life, and it's just such a moment where he's just like got like a blade in him, and he's dying, but he's still worried about like his friends, and it really heartfelt moment. Oh, let me tell you what else is heartfelt. I watched the commercial for Hacksaw Ridge, and it made me cry too. Maybe I'm just getting a little emotional these days. So Hacksaw Ridge is the new Mel Gibson movie. He's directing this thing. It's a World War II story about. It's a true story about this guy who was he wanted to go fight. He was supposed to be a doctor. I think he had a medical license, and he was a doctor, and he was like ready to start his practice. But he even says in the previews, like, it doesn't feel right, all of them to go over there and fight for my freedom while I stay over here. And his dad's telling him, don't go. But he joins the Marines, I think. But he won't touch a rifle. He tells them, he's like, I can't kill another man. And so they beat him, they humiliate him, I think he has to go through some like court-martial proceeding where finally some head poobah says, if you're willing to step into the fire of battle without anything to defend you, then so be it. And so he goes into battle with just his medical kit. And there's this scenario where his men get massacred they climb this cliff, and then the battle's up there. And his men have been massacred, and they get pushed back, and everybody's down below fucked up. And the next day they look, and the wounded are all piled up at the hospital. They've all been brought down. And they say, who did this? And they're like, the coward. He did it. He's been crawling up that rope all night and lowering the injured down. He's been crawling into enemy territory and dragging them out. I'm a little choked up now thinking about it. He says, he's got this line in the movie. He's oh, man, I'm going to cry. He says, please, because he's got this southern accent. He goes, please, Lord, just help me get one more. Please, Lord. Just one more. And he's just digging, trying to get and there's this one part where like the enemy's coming, and the guy's laying there, he's shot, maybe his guts are out or something, he's bleeding. He's like, help me. And he's like, just trust me. And he like buries him alive, and he buries them both alive. So and like the enemy's coming, and you just see like an eye looking. And then he, uncovers him and lowers him down the cliff again. And I don't know how many he lowered, but it's a true story, and it's dozens or something like that. I can't wait to see it because the battle footage is it looked like Saving Private Ryan, people being blown around. Mel Gibson is an incredible director. You look at Apocalypto, Braveheart. There's another one, Passion of the Christ.
it sounds kind of like. Have you ever seen Schindler's List?
Yes.
Where at the end he's like, and like all the Jews that he saved are standing there, and it's like all heartbreaking because they're like thanking him, and he's just like, this watch, I could have saved 3 more with this watch. I should have done more. I should have that was a heartbreaking
and
scene.
the guy's
That's
like,
really similar.
He's like, look how you saved so many. You saved
like,
so many.
It could have been more. Like this watch 3, this suit 2 more. Like, it's a really, really good movie.
It doesn't compare, but I saw a movie today.
What'd you see?
The new Star Trek.
Ah!
I loved it. I laughed.
Good.
I cried. I freaking like Star Trek. I'm coming to realize this. Is
Or
it
Anton
sad?
Yeltsin.
Wait, you what? Oh, yeah. The guy that plays Chekhov. He dies in real life. Not in the movie. It's not impacted, but he died in real life. And but dude, so Star Wars, right, is like space pirates, right? They've got their lightsabers, they jump around, they literally swing on ropes and stuff. It's whatever. And Star Trek has always kind of been like the office version of Star Wars. Like they all seem to be in cubicles making decisions. That's changing, man. Since the reboot, I really feel like Star Trek is like, that's the one where people swing around and go skydiving and shit like that all the time. They always seem to be defying gravity and
Extreme sports meets space. It's like the entire bridge crew just left the X Games, and they're applying that knowledge and that skill set to fucking space exploration. Like, well, we need to get down there. We could either, I don't know, use some space rope, or maybe we could beam down, or maybe a shuttlecraft would lower us. Like Kirk's like, woo!
I know, right?
Yeah!
You're just handling it.
Space wing!
Like, somehow bungee jumping is involved in solving this problem that they're
rock
having.
Music playing in the background.
I can't give away any spoilers, but rock music literally plays a major plot role in like the climax of this thing, and then like they blast the rock music, and the other people are like, we figured out the frequency for dealing with these guys, and it's fucking Beastie Boys rocking in the speakers, and I loved it. I ate it all up. It was great. It was fantastic.
Is that the song you playing?
Yeah, Sabotage.
Oh, really fun.
Da Sabotage, and they're fucking like blasting it through the vacuum of space, and and it's the greatest thing. And I think about that and compare it to Star Wars, which I also enjoy. And you've got like who plays Han Solo? I can't think of his name right now.
Harrison Ford.
Thank you. You got Harrison Ford, who I think is like 112 years old right now, like limping around in like, like, oh, is it okay for this guy to walk on like, uneven ground? Like
Chewie. You think we could do another sequel, Chewie?
No. And Harrison Ford is just like gingerly walking, like watching every step like an old man on the ice. And just by comparison, it's like, dude.
Get my medic alert. Works out here in space.
Yeah.
Star Trek.
All senior citizens should have life alert.
Does your Wookiee have diabetes?
Star Trek is the awesome series right now. Star Wars needs a reboot or something. Like, you've got to get rid of Han Solo. You've got to get rid of Carrie Fisher.
They're getting one. Come on, Rogue One coming soon. Filming's already wrapped. Hell, they filmed it twice. It can't be bad. Did you know that? Rogue One is a new chapter in this whole thing. And the thing about it is, they filmed it, they got it done, and then they were like, no. They re-filmed 70% of it. They filmed it, looked at it, and were like, not up to par. They did 70% of it over again. It took months and months. It's wrapped.
I wish I could do that with my vlogs. I never know if my vlog is going to be good until I edit it, and I'm like, you really gave yourself shit to work with today, Woody. Sometimes that happens. So
Looks like I'm going to be spending 8 minutes here at the dryer waiting on my shirt. Let's do a time lapse while it spins.
It was a really chore-heavy day.
So,
waiting for the dishwasher to finish.
Put some gain in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, they reshot it. That's cool. I'm glad that they've got the budget for that. Yeah, that's a good sign.
Yeah, they got the budget.
I heard
if they didn't have it, I'd be upset.
I forget what it was. It might have been Batman versus Superman. One of the DC things after the success of Deadpool. Oh, it was Suicide Squad.
That's Marvel. I'm sure you probably know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Deadpool came out. Everybody loved it, and I think it was Suicide Squad who was like, There's no funny in this. Like
That's horrible. 27% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I've heard that. I'm still gonna see it. But yeah, I heard they went back and shot some new scenes so they could interject some humor in it here and there.
You know, what's his name that's playing the Joker in this? His name's escaping me right now.
Yeah, Leto or something. Leto.
Yeah, Jared Leto.
Jared Leto.
Yeah. So he's an incredible actor. If you've never seen the Dallas Buyers Club and you feel like crying again, a lot of these movies are making me cry. Watch that. You know, AIDS victims, and Jared Leto plays a transsexual very well. He's a little hot. He's pretty hot. So he plays the Joker in this new movie, and I saw him on Jimmy Kimmel's show. And if you don't know, Jared Leto is a method actor. He takes it very seriously. He is the Joker the whole time. And the Joker's a real motherfucker, right? So the whole time he's sending his co-stars all these weird gifts. Dead rats, live rats in boxes, snakes, rotten meat, that sort of thing. It'll say, it's from Mr. J. You know, but it's a fucking snake. So he's out there on Jimmy Kimmel's show. He looks deranged, okay? He has the eyes of someone who is being overly medicated or not medicated enough, one or the other. He's wearing a Christmas sweater, like an ugly one, and this is recent. This is like last week. A Christmas sweater with like a tiger like sewn into the front, because it's like a knitted sweater. It's like a tiger's face on the front and its ass on the back. It's just bizarre. It's not interesting or cool. It's just bizarre. And he's just wild-eyed the whole time. He's like, and Jimmy Kimmel's like, I brought you, and he's not being the Joker. He's being Jared Leto, but he's being weird. And he's just like, I got you something. I got you a little gift here. And Jimmy Kimmel's like, he opens it up, and it's a fucking snake. The snake comes out of the box. Jimmy's clearly terrified. It's not Jimmy Kimmel. It's Jimmy Fallon. I'm sorry. I've probably been saying it the whole time. Jimmy Fallon is terrified of snakes. He jumps up and is like trying to get away from the snake, and like it gets out on the floor. And Leto goes over there and just snatches it up, and he keeps fucking with him. He keeps, oh, you don't like it? You don't like it? And it's a little snake, but still, it's a fucking snake. And he's like, no, I don't. And he's trying not to be a bitch on live TV, but it's clear he does not like that snake that he keeps poking at him with. So, I don't know. On one hand, I love Daniel Day-Lewis, and he's a method actor, and I think he's the best actor that there's ever been. Yeah, that guy's been in like 7 movies and won like 3 Oscars.
Gangs of New York.
Yeah, if you There Will Be Blood. If you My Left Foot. If you look at Daniel Day-Lewis's body of work, he picks a movie every 3, 4, 5, 6 years. He's been off for 6 or 7 now, maybe, and then he wins an Oscar, or he's always nominated for one every time. Daniel Day-Lewis is the man. He's the best American actor that's alive right now and kicking, and he has been for a long time. He's just so selective. If he picked more scripts, we'd all know him. He'd be a bigger name, but he's just whatever. And I really respect that he's a method actor. When he played Lincoln, he's walking around the set. He's Mr. President, right? He's got the beard, the hat, the whole thing. All right, that's not how I would have done it. But what the fuck do I know about playing Lincoln, Daniel Day-Lewis, with your 3 Oscars? But when I hear that Jared Leto is, being Mr. J and like giving people rotten meat and snakes and stuff, it's just like, no, dude, just tone it down, because the Joker isn't even a big role in this movie. Let's remember that too. It's not like this is the Joker. It's not like it's the Suicide Squad led by the Joker. He's just an ancillary character. He's probably the 5th most credited guy on the screen or something like that. He's in the middle. He's not a main character. He's just in there a little, and he's just taking it way too far. And from what I read, he really pissed off a lot of his coworkers, or at least some of them, that didn't want to get dead rats in the dressing room.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sending dead animals to people as a way of making yourself a better. How does that help him be a better actor?
I think he was trying to he's trying to get into the idea of being a weird, fucking creepy guy who does things just to mess with people. And I think he's also trying to creep out his co-stars. You look back to The Shining, the whole time Stanley Kubrick is turning the entire rest of the cast against Shelley Duvall. So, and he does, and the film was filmed chronologically. So throughout the film, he's doing it more and more. So like, let's say, there's a power surge and like the lighting goes down and we can't film today, but everybody's here in costume and everything, right? It's a real bummer. Kubrick would yell at Shelley Duvall. He would blame her for this like lighting mishap and like publicly like, here we go again, Shelley. I guess we're on your time, huh? All right, everybody, let's wait on Shelley. And he just kept reinforcing this, and everybody started disliking her. So in actuality, in real life, Shelley Duvall by the end of the film is feeling a little bit uncomfortable and unsafe and unhappy with being around her co-stars.
It shows, yeah.
Yeah, and I love. I bet you guys, if you're on Reddit, maybe you've seen it. But there's this scene of Jack Nicholson getting like amped up for the big scene where he like puts the axe through the fucking wall, and he's like
high kneeing it.
Yeah, he's like high kneeing it, walking around the room with the axe. He's like, ha, 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 like walking around, swinging it. And there's some like sound guy or some guy like checking the props, making sure it's all good, trying to like get out of the room. And he's like going around Jack in like a weird way so he doesn't get near the axe and the handle, because he's just like swinging it around like a fucking maniac, getting like, so he hits that thing. Here's Johnny. Like it's just every fiber of him. I love that movie. It's one of my favorites.
If
That's
somebody
about a
who
show,
worked
right?
at Subway always dressed like they did at Subway to better prepare for being a sandwich artist, like I think that would be really douchey, and I don't really think that changes with acting.
If you start studying the Earl of Sandwich to learn more about the history of sandwiches and when mayonnaise came into play and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, we don't need to mulch over the storied history of sandwiches again.
I got one more thing. Hope is starting to drive. So Hope was, she was anxious about driving. It was something she built up in her head. I've had things like that in my life before, but not driving. So it's always been hard for me to empathize. And she started taking driving lessons. She's had 2 out of the 3 so far. Her last one is Saturday, the day this video goes up. And it looks like Monday she'll take her test. And yeah. Is she ready?
No, she's not.
Like, I guess, I mean, like, I gotta remember, like, when I got my license, I'm a better driver now than I was then.
We all are.
I remember I was showing my father. I was like trick driving, and there's a red light, and then there was like a bar on the corner. So I went through the parking lot, like, to get around the red light, because I had thought of something, of course, no other driver had ever thought of. Yeah. And and then as I'm pulling back into traffic, I cut this guy off. And it's fast. It's like 50 miles an hour or something. And my dad is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't usually go down like that. And he's like, you are lucky that guy's a good driver. Because if he wasn't a good driver, he'd have hit you. And it's like, in my head, I'm like, but I'm a good, I guess, no, I'm not a good driver. I'm very lucky that.
You're an aspiring good driver.
Yeah.
I think it's better that Hope is being cautious, because a lot of people have the like gung-ho, I'm free, I'm invincible attitude when they get their license. I definitely was more in that camp than the, oh dear, I don't want to, go too quick on the highway. But looking back, like, yeah, I get nervous when I see someone on the road who I think is like about 16, 17, 18, just because it's like, oh, fuck, I know what I was like at that age, and I shouldn't have been driving.
Probably too cautious is better, but there is too much of a good thing. So, for example, she was pulling onto the interstate, right? 70 miles an hour on this road. It's like 4 lanes wide, and she's trying to merge at like 40 miles
50.
an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right? So people are like zipping by, and I'm like urgently like, Hope, you have got to hit the gas right now. You got to match the speed of this highway here. And to her credit, she did, and she worked her way in, but it's like the reason you can't find an open spot is that you're going 30 miles an hour slower than the rest of the people here.
Yeah.
You gotta accelerate in the acceleration lane. And then we were coming off the highway, similar type thing. So people are like annoyed-ish, being behind her, going the exact speed limit. So when the right lane opened up, this guy, and to Hope's credit, it was kind of his fault. He was being a douche. But like, he tucks in, hits the gas, and passes her on the right in the exit lane. And, all right, that's not good driving. She was going the speed limit. You don't have to start speeding in the exit lane past her. But
I do. It's 70. Like, if she's doing this, like, all right, so my thing about driving is I always go really fucking fast. And I think it's safer for me to go really fucking fast, because my relationship in conjunction to the rest of traffic is only one way. I'm faster than everybody else, so I'm moving past them at all times. There's nobody creeping up in my blind spot for me to merge into, and there's nobody passing me on the right side ever either. I pass on the right side a lot. I feel like,
and when you drive by a car, it's like scraping your blind spot. Like now you know it's clear. You know exactly what's there because as you're
and
passing
I look for
people,
it in that, and I'm looking for it. So like I'm like, all right, passing the red car, and then I can look in my mirror and I see red car, and I know everything behind red car is behind me. Like there's nothing between me and red car, and that's in my head as I'm driving, and that keeps me safe because there's never anything in my blind spot because there is no blind spot. But merging onto, yeah, that's one thing where like. I don't know what would make her more confident in that. I mean, she's taking driving classes. I'm sure she's going to get the hang of it. But like,
she's pulling off, and a guy passed her in the exit lane. Like he accelerated in the deceleration lane. I think really, perhaps he was the dick. You know, she was going the speed limit, but that happened. And it's like, you know, if she just got a little more comfortable with the flow of traffic instead of the number on the sign, then everything would go a little smoother. But by and large, you know, she took us to the movies and back, and everything went fine. She just, you know, got to get comfortable with the flow of traffic.
The thing that makes me comfortable in every scenario, no matter what it is to go to the extreme immediately. It's like, are you afraid? I feel like getting in a car and going out in the field and feeling what it takes to make the car fucking lose control and spin out. It's like, oh, well, now I know where the edge is. Now I know where the edge is every single time. I drove a car under a tree one time for fun. You know, it was a junk car. It was a $400 car. I wanted to feel what it was like to hit a tree going 20 miles an hour, so I did. Wasn't that fucking bad. After that, I had a real appreciation for what 30 might feel like, though, because 20 fucking bruised my shoulder and was like, gave me a bit of a headache. You know, but I watched this thing on like 2020 or something. This guy who did it for a living, he like crashed cars for a living, and he showed his technique. He had catcher's gear on his knees and shins. He talked about when he like made impact, he would take his hands off the wheel and put them like this, so that you're not breaking your hands, messing up your wrists, your arms. They're not hitting anything. Your hands are right here. And he's talking about, you know, staying in this safe zone because, you know, you're wrapped in a cage and everything. And you know, all the things that injure you in car accidents, how to avoid them so that because he crashed, you know, they had some number, 1,000 cars. The man who's been in 10,000 car crashes. Next on 60 Minutes. Tick, 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 tick. You know how it goes. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go do that. Hit the thing going 20 miles an hour. And from then on, I had so much respect for what collisions were about, what they felt like. And all that stuff, you know, it's like, shit, if I hit that fucking thing, it's not the end of the world. So, like, you know, if it's between heading into oncoming traffic and just bumping a tree, let's bump some trees. I don't know. Little things like that. I always go to the extreme and go ahead and wreck or fall. I want to fall, get hurt right here, right now in practice. I want to see what that's like, where the edge is, where you can't push things anymore. I want to experience it now in practice, so that when I get out there and I'm trying to race someone or I'm trying to like shoot some target that's moving fast, that I've done it before and I know what it's going to be like. I don't know. That always makes me
trying to figure out how to apply this to paramotoring. I think I'd die in that scenario.
I think you die.
Oh man!
I think if you apply this to anything and you're not at least 10% lucky, it could go catastrophically wrong.
Oh, I'm like a Fallout character. I've got fucking 20 or 30% luck or something.
You're all
like
in
that.
luck.
I put all those stars in luck. Yeah, I use all my points that way.
All right.
Let me do our last two little ad reads. These are some outros. Let you guys know about LootCrate one more time. Just remember, this month it's anti-hero. So from bad guys doing good things to the wrong reason to good guys with questionable tactics. August is the perfect month to explore the AMs. That's not what I'm supposed to read. It's this. Yeah. Oh, it is that. Yeah, I was reading the right thing. I'm reading the right thing. No. It's the perfect time to explore the anti-hero. Walk the hero-villain line with a 100% exclusive collection of items from DC Comics, Archer, Dark Horse, and Kill Bill. Those include 2 collectibles, a wearable, and, of course, their monthly T-shirt. And don't forget the pin you get. You only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific time to subscribe and receive this month's crate. And when the cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/painkiller and use offer code painkiller to save $3 on your subscription today. I also want to reiterate one more time about Seeso. You guys can watch every episode of Harmon Quest on Seeso right now. So go to Seeso.com and use promo code HarmonQuest to get 2 months for free. That's an additional free month on top of the already free trial they're doing. So this is a big deal. And Seeso is loaded with stuff. It's got lots of new comedies, classic series, and loads of stand-up specials. They also have every episode of Saturday Night Live, the entire Monty Python catalog, and so much more. So start your free trial today. Hey, I just wanted to say before we close out, I'm really glad Hutch came on the show. That was I really enjoyed talking to Hutch. I feel like we've all like matured, aged, over the last 2 or 3 years, and I feel like that interaction went much better than the last one did 2 years ago. Wouldn't you say so?
Yep, I think that's true.
Much more
I think that
smoothly.
was my first show with Hutch. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it too. Thanks for coming on, Hutch. We really enjoyed you.
Very good. Painkiller Ready, episode 294.